All right, guys, welcome back to the channel. Welcome back to the stream. Welcome if you are new here. Thank you guys so much for joining me today and for waiting patiently, as always, for the intro to finish up. And also, thank you for bearing with me with doing a later than usual stream. Streamed a little bit of Battlefield earlier. I was just feeling it. I was going to be playing some Battlefield anyway, so I figured I would just stream it. That's currently there for members who are interested in any gameplay oriented streams. Ray, what's up? Steven, how's it going, man? Venino, Lady Gamer, Chris, MVP Moss, Universal Gamer, how's it going, man? Digital Dude, thank you. I'm glad you're here. I'm glad you're here and you could let me know about that. Yeah, very important. Very important. MVP Mall says same. Huh. I guess I caught you guys at the right time. Caught you guys at the right time. Yeah, well, thank you for joining me this episode of Press X Podcast. Whoa, that didn't sound right. Press X, Press Cross Podcast. We are talking about an Xbox studio straight up saying that they're coming home to PlayStation. It feels like they're coming home. We'll talk about that. We have Sean Layden seemingly just curb stomping Game Pass for some reason. I don't know why it's so funny. Well, yeah, thank you. Thank you for that, Digital Dude. Yeah, I try, right? Yeah, I'm sorry, Chris. I'm sorry. Is today a heavy Xbox stream? Somewhat. Yeah, I mean, I guess so. We're talking about an Xbox game coming to PlayStation and what that studio is saying about the game and about them coming back to PlayStation. We're going to be talking, I mean, Sean Layden, he's talking about subscription services. He's talking about Game Pass. It's not really a whole lot going on right now, and PlayStation is particularly quiet. So, Cross still don't sound right. No, it doesn't. Stephen Leon says, well, somehow I have a channel now. Don't know how I did it. What do you mean, Stephen? You made a YouTube channel? MBG, do I see something where boss sits? Do you? Is it the play button? Did I finally get my play button? Yes. It is the 100,000 subscriber YouTube play button. Thank you for noticing. Wait a second, that's not boss. What happened? They took my cat. And Stephen Leon says he's got a YouTube channel. Somehow he made one. And he comes in and he drops 20 member gifts right out of the gate. Right out of the gate. A 20 bomb from Steven.
Holy shit.
He says, let's get it started. He wants to start a member train. Can we do it? Well, he just gave you a good start there. 20 member gifts, bro. And just like that, Steven sets you guys up. 5 memberships gets us to the first goal of 25. And we can feed the play button, bro. We can feed the play button. It's treats. Steven, thank you so much, man. You've been such a huge supporter of the channel. And you're always making it happen for the community here. So, guys, like I said, if you got gifted a membership, if you missed the stream earlier, we did some Battlefield 6 gameplay. I do apologize that I've been lacking with the members content this week, but we do have more coming up, and trust me, once Metal Gear comes out, we're probably going to be doing quite a few. We'll be doing some regular gameplay streams for Metal Gear, but also probably some members gameplay streams as well. So good stuff. Great start to the stream by dropping 20 membership gifts. And I want to ask you guys to please take a moment, if you haven't already, and hit that like button. We're sitting at 34 likes. Let's see if we can push to get that to 50. It helps the streams. It lets me know you enjoy the streams, and it helps with YouTube's algorithm. And like you saw Steven Leon doing here, dropping 20 membership gifts. If you want to support the channel directly, we are totally fan funded. I rely on you guys to be able to continue to do this. So consider becoming a member, dropping membership gifts, super chats, direct donations, if it's within your means and you want to support. Big thank you and shout out to everybody who makes that happen. Will he chew the plate like he does the headset? I don't know. I'm if once he comes over here, I'll probably have to take it down because he will knock it over for sure. But I didn't think about that. Yeah, he'll probably try chewing it. He likes to chew everything for some reason. Oh yeah, Steven, bro, I forgot. It's family. It's family, man. I got to give you your hold on. I still haven't made this an actual soundbite yet. I really need to. Oh wait, hold on. I typed in the wrong one. It's here we go. I got to do this soundbite for Steven. It's necessary. It's a requirement.
Suck on this!
There we go. There we go. I still have to program that. And Ray comes in. We have Ray coming in, dropping another 5 membership gifts for you guys. Ray says we need to get to that 25. We need the feed the play button. We need to give him his its treats. I don't know. Thank you, Ray. Thank you. I really appreciate that, bro. Yeah, I mean, huge shout out to this community. You know, I remember it like it was yesterday, starting my channel and struggling to get to, 25 subscribers, and then the struggle to get to 100 and then 1,000. And, I mean, I know it sounds cliche, but you never really do imagine you're going to get to 100,000 subscribers. That's a lot of people, dude. And I know that not everybody that subscribed obviously still consumes the content in the same way, but everybody contributed. Everybody played a part and helped us get here. So Ray, thank you so much for the member gifts and the longtime support, man. I couldn't have done this without you guys. I still can't do it without you guys. You're the real MVPs here. All right. So you remember 4-digit MBG. 4-digit MBG. I'll give it a couple minutes before I break out the treats, though. I will just give it a couple minutes because boss is actually very calm right now. He was torturing me yesterday, bro. He's very calm, sleeping on the other side of the room. So I'll give it a little bit and I'll break out the treats. And the Universal Gamer comes in and drops another single member gift for you guys. Universal Gamer coming out here showing some support and reminding everybody that you can drop single member gifts to support. And you know what? I have to add one more gift to this, by the way, because Jake Skew came in here earlier and he dropped a single gift when we were streaming Battlefield. So we're actually at 27 members. So really, really solid start, guys. We didn't even get into the topics yet, and we're already doing really good. So Universal Gamer, thank you for that, buddy.
Appreciate it.
It's interesting. YouTube changed the layout ever so slightly of the streaming studio here. It looks better. It's like segmented. So Leon is going to be in Resident Evil 9. Yeah, we talked about that yesterday. All of the rumors, well, I say all of the rumors, really the only reliable leaker for Resident Evil, Dusk Golem, he confirmed numerous times that Leon is going to be pretty much like the main character of Resident Evil 9. And Capcom is waiting to reveal that. And I believe him 100% because he's been correct about all of his leaks, pretty much. Music Maker Man says, Mrs. MBG awesomeness. Oh, yeah, there she is in the chat. Mrs. MBG is awesome. Mrs. MBG is my biggest supporter. Guys, just so you know, big shout out to Mrs. MBG, because if it wasn't for her, this channel definitely wouldn't exist. She was supporting me from the beginning, encouraging me. When I had this crazy idea of like, maybe I'll make a YouTube channel, she was my biggest fan and my biggest believer. And, I was like, I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it for real. So she was there. She supported. So yeah, no joke. This channel definitely wouldn't exist, and this content wouldn't exist without Mrs. MBG either. MBG, if EA can be consistent, they might have a hit with Battlefield 6. My whole office is talking about getting it. They're Call of Duty players. That's interesting. That's some interesting anecdotal evidence there, Chris Brown, of maybe Battlefield 6 seriously taking on. I mean, they might really be taking on Call of Duty this year. I don't know. We got to see the Black Ops 7 reveal first. We got to see the reveal first. and see what they're, because I mean, Black Ops 7 is a sequel to Black Ops 2, and people really like Black Ops 2. So if they do it right, I mean, I think Call of Duty will still do well. But that is interesting that a lot of Call of Duty players, at least that you know personally, are like, bro, we got to go to Battlefield. Maybe they're going to play both. Why not? They'll play both, you know? Ray, you want to get a close up of the play button? When I go to take it down or move it, I'll show it to you. And Steven Leon, bro, the legend, the legend, the legend of Leon. Well, we can't use the term. Well, I call Hellbound a legend too. We call Corey a legend, Hellbound. I think Steven's earned legendary status as well. He comes and he drops $100 super chat once again, bro. He drops 20 member gifts for you guys and now a $100 super chat. Family. It's for the family. He says, this is for Mrs. MBG. She needs a spa massage day. I will support you. I will always support you. Family is not always blood. Hope you and the kids and Mrs. are well. How can we see Mrs.? All good men have a good wife. We as men need that. Well, thank you so much, Steven. That's very kind. We're probably going to be bringing back Morning with the Misses in September to answer, like, when she'll be on the channel again. It's the summertime. Kids are home. So, it's a little bit difficult to properly implement that consistently. So basically, we're going to bring it back. Hopefully September. Shouldn't have to come any later than that. But yeah, man, I really appreciate that, Steven. We're doing well. There's been a lot going on this year with our family, a lot of stuff with Mrs. MBG that, I'm sure when we do another Morning with the Misses, we'll talk to you guys about that and give updates and whatnot. But I agree with you wholeheartedly. We all need that number one fan, that number one supporter, that partner. Mrs. MBG's been that for me. And, if you know, right? If you know, Steven. So thank you so much, man. I really appreciate that support, bringing that positive energy. And, yeah, man, it's support like this that allows me to continue to do what I do here. So huge thank you and huge shout out to Steven Leon, the family man. Steven, the family man Leon. There we go. I think that's the one. Steven, family man Leon, coming in, showing that big support. And we also have Stephen Nearly saying, for the supportive wives out there, love them. Yeah, man. Yeah. It's important, It's important that if you're gonna get married, you got to get married to the right one. Gotta, it's got to be a real commitment, and part of that commitment is being supportive through thick and through thin. It ain't easy. It takes effort, Anybody will tell you that. And God knows Mrs. MBG puts up with a lot of my shit, so she's laughing. She's definitely laughing. We are laughing. We're having a good time. Good stuff, guys. But does she support Synthol BG, though? No, unfortunately, she wasn't willing to support. She wasn't willing to take it that far, Not that far. I can't blame her. I almost went down that road, Gaming Survivor. Wouldn't have been good. Yeah, I'm so sorry to hear about that lady gamer. That's very tragic. But, I mean, spirit lives on, right? There's always a super fan out there. All right, well, good stuff, guys. Thank you so much for all that support. And we did hit 50 likes as well. So, love to see it. Methylene Blue Gamer. Okay. All right, Hanzo. Call of Duty just needs to remaster older games at this point. Black Ops 7? I don't know. I mean, I was talking yesterday about how I'm surprised they haven't remastered more games, but I think that's a break glass in case of emergency situation. I think as long as they don't have to, they won't, because they might have to later on when they run completely out of ideas, Corey, what's up, man? He says, chuckle away, mates. Chuckle away. What's up, MBG in chat? Hope you're well. Funny to see Xbox players claiming to boycott Wukong. You're the second person to say that. Is this like a big thing they're doing? You're the second person to show up in my chat saying that they're like Xbox gamers are boycotting Black Myth Wukong. How far does this extend? Is this like a big movement, or is this just like a couple of people on Twitter claiming they are? I don't understand why they would do that, man. I feel like you're hurting yourself at that point, you know? Like, if you think Black Myth Wukong looks good and it's on your preferred console, just support it. Just buy it. You know? Like, why would you? I mean, what message are you really sending at that point? You know what I mean? I feel like at that point you're just making it worse. You're sending the worst message you could, which is, hey, you actually finally brought this game to our platform. Yeah, still not buying it. I mean, come on. You want to? I feel like you want to send the opposite message. You want to buy it and show them that it was worth their time and effort. So in the future, when they make inevitably a sequel to Black Myth Wukong, they'll try to be day one on Xbox, right? That's what I would assume. Steven says to Lady Gamer, we are all gaming family. If you ever need to, oh, hold on. If you ever need to talk, you got me on Discord. I've been through lots. Sometimes we need to vent. Oh yeah, is that Discord still active? Is it? Somebody told me a while ago that there's like an MBG Discord or something. Maybe I'll show up there. Maybe I've already been there secretly. And Corey the Legend Landiga comes in. He says, we're not done today. We're keeping it going. We got a full member train going. Steven just dropped a $100 donation and 20 member gifts. Then the other legend shows up. We know why he does it. He does it for Boss. We're going to give Boss his treats soon. No worries. Oh, hold on. So that brings us up to 32 members, guys. And just like that, we are close, man. We are already very close to hitting a second goal, which means I will have to do reps. Turn off your console now. Wait, why? What's going on? Hold on. You think Black Myth Wukong's going to go to Game Pass? It could, but I don't know that they're in a rush to do that. Black Myth Wukong sold so well, man. It's actually absurd how well that game sold. I think if they were to try to put it onto Game Pass, though, Microsoft would have to pay them a decent amount of money. Because this game sold, I think, like over 25 million copies or some crazy number like that. Chris, you're saying I do that with Xbox Studios games. You're going to bring it to PS5 with better FPS and visuals? Okay, I'll buy it now. We're going to talk about that. It seems as though there's been some kind of update to PSSR based off of what people are saying. Games like Hellblade 2 and Battlefield 6 are utilizing PSSR, and it seems to be doing a very good job. So we're already seeing improvements, and that's not with the major 2026 FSR4 PSSR 2.0 update, or whatever you want to call it. Xbox, if we don't get what we want, we'll continue to not buy games, just like always. Damn, Smurf. Smurf being savage. Yeah, I hear that, Steven. I hear that. That's interesting. Hellbound says if Xbox boycott the game, it doesn't matter. They don't release games anyway. Uh-oh. Or you meant to say buy. I was going to say, wait a second. Hold on. It says they don't buy games anyway. Boss, you here? You ready for your treats? You ready? Oh, okay. Well, damn. He's like, I'm late. You're late for work, boy. And Hellbound 1981. Another legend. I feel like I never gave Hellbound a proper nickname. He's fine with legend. He's good with legend. He drops another 5 membership gifts for you guys. Hellbound wants to keep the member train going. 5 more members gifted. It brings us up to 37 on the day. Boss, let's get you some treats. It's time.
Boss, do you read me? It's time to feed the beast.
All right, let's see if you can do this without knocking it over. Oh, God. Well, don't. All right, go ahead. Go ahead. Oh, jeez. Okay, you know what? I don't know, though. That's definitely going to fall. Hold on. That's definitely going to fall. And Steven Leon, bro. Steven Leon comes in and drops another 20 bomb on you guys. 20 more memberships raining from the sky. Steven can't be stopped. He's a madman. He's bringing the memberships. Dude, he dropped 20 membership gifts, a $100 donation, now another 20 memberships. Bro dropped 40 membership gifts for you guys. He's taking the gold today. He's going for it all. Steven, thank you so much, man. That's crazy.
Holy
Bam.
shit.
Bam. Oh, why are you flipping? Are you good? Let me see if I can, I don't want him to knock this over. Let me see if I can fix that. Can't quite get the right angle. I guess that's good enough for now. I don't know. I got to find a better place for it, I guess. I didn't think this through. Where else could I put it? That'll have to do. That'll have to do for now. But yeah, guys, thank you so much for the incredible support here with Steven Leon dropping 20 more member gifts. We just blew past the second goal. We are now sitting at 57 members, and that's on top of Hellbound dropping. We'll put that up to 75. See if we can hit that today. Dropping a 5 bomb. So, wait a minute. When did you get your plaque? Just came in. We got it. Steven says, I'm just a goat. Steven the goat. Steven the family man goat Leon. We have Hanzo here, member for 19 months. Thank you for the long time support, Hanzo. He says, one love, peeps. I'll be away from Tuesday. I hope you'll enjoy the streams and Gamescom opening night live. Plus, Corey, I'm visiting Capcom and SNK in Osaka in October. CVS 3 for the bros. God damn. Hanzo's going to try to make it happen for Corey. That's awesome, dude. Yeah, well, it's a shame you won't be able to be here with us for Gamescom, but we will definitely be streaming that. Really curious to see how Gamescom turns out, because I feel like the last couple years, Gamescom has been not great. It's been like just very meh or okay. But I don't know. It does seem like there's a bit more of a build up to. There's a bit more build up this year, I would say. So. I think that's good. Should be good now. Gamescom is not today. No, Gamescom is happening on Tuesday. That's when they're doing the opening night live. I think for me, it'll start at 2 p.m. So what I'll probably do is just go live at 12 p.m. Eastern, my normal time. We'll hang out and predict and just chill for 2 hours, and then you know we'll watch the show together, see what Jeff cooked up. I do think we are getting the Call of Duty Black Ops 7 reveal. What else has been confirmed for Gamescom? I wonder if Marvel Tokon will be there, actually. That they've been marketing that quite a bit, Sony, that is. I don't think Ghost of Yotei will be there. I mean, it's possible. Like, they could just drop a Ghost of Yotei trailer if they wanted. I don't think Sony's going to be there in any, like, really huge, meaningful way. There probably will be something Helldivers related there, I would guess. Yeah, I don't know. It's probably going to be a longer show. Jeff's events are usually pretty long. He sometimes too long. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see how Gamescom turns out. You know, it's funny. I could imagine at Gamescom there being another trailer for Gears of War and Helldivers 2. Gears of War for PlayStation, Helldivers 2 for Xbox. I could see that actually showing up. at Gamescom, which would be so weird. MBG crazy how Power Wash Simulator released a game price reveal trailer. Absolutely nuts. Really? What? How much is it? We're getting game price reveal trailers now? This is wild. Was it done earnestly or is it supposed to be a joke? Yeah, opening night live is on the 19th. So oh, dude, that's going to happen. Music Maker, man. I don't think that that's going to happen at opening night live. I think that's going to happen for sure at the Game Awards. Like I would be shocked if that wasn't a thing that Jeff Keighley's working on right now. I bet you that's what's going to happen. In fact, I bet you that's why Kojima put that in the game. Because he knew. He's like, if I put this in the game, Jeff's my good friend. He'll definitely put this in the Game Awards. He saw Remedy do it. Right? He saw Remedy do it with Alan Wake 2. So he's like, now it's my turn. That'll be so funny. You just watched it, a trailer for it being $24.99. That's apparently Power Wash Simulator is really good. It's not a game I played. I don't know if it's a game I will play, but I've heard nothing but good things about it. People seem to really be addicted to it. So $25 sounds pretty good. Do I think it's possible we will see Halo for PlayStation at Gamescom or the Game Awards? Well, we were talking about a recent leak regarding Halo, and there's like multiple Halo things discovered on the back end, like in the API or something. And there's even something listed as a Halo beta for PlayStation 5. So I do wonder if the timing of this is like you got Helldivers 2 launching on Xbox at the end of this month, but there's apparently going to be a Halo ODST collaboration of some kind. So it's a Halo collaboration within a PlayStation published title on Xbox. You do got to wonder if maybe this is done intentionally, where now, okay, we're also going to reveal a little something for Halo for PlayStation. I don't know. We've been getting rumors all year about something regarding Halo happening for PlayStation this year. That's what we've been hearing since, honestly, before this year. But since January, there's just been, random months spontaneously where multiple insiders are all saying the same thing. So I don't know. I don't want to say like anticipate it and expect it, but I will say that it does seem like there's some kind of chance that could happen. My only thing is that Gears of War is launching very soon on PlayStation, and I'm not sure that Microsoft wants to interfere with that. You know what I mean? Like they just want to leave it be. If they announce Halo anywhere near the release of Gears of War launching on PlayStation, it might get in the way of it and distract from it. And I don't know if they want to do that. Oh, Corey, you're actually not late for the show, man. Well, you were like maybe like 10 minutes late. I actually started the stream later than normal. You're not like 3 hours late or anything like that. We didn't even get to we're still in the intro phase. We didn't even get to the topic yet. Ain't no way you're live after that crazy Battlefield 6 stream today. We said NF stream, but I think you meant Battlefield. I got clapped. Yo, hold on, Prince. Hold on. You gotta admit, I had my moments. You gotta admit, I had some moments. But yeah, no, there were times I was getting clapped pretty bad. I'm not gonna lie. I ran out of steam, dude. You're saying no offense, but Gears looks outdated. I'll be honest, I'm not really. When Gears of War was first announced for PlayStation, it was like kind of holy shit. Holy shit, man. You know? But like after that initial shock and awe, and we kind of settled into it, it's like, oh well, it is still Gears of War 1. You know what I mean? Like, it's not bad. It's just I kind of understand where you're coming from. Like I'm still probably going to I'm still probably going to buy it physically. I don't know if I'm going to play it. And I don't, who knows, Microsoft may even try to give me a review code or something. And I don't know if I don't know. I mean, maybe I'll try it if they do that. But the whole thing with Gears is the same problem, like with Lost Soul aside, is just like, guys, please leave me alone. Like, get away from me. Like, no offense, but get away from me. Metal Gear's coming out. You know what I mean? Like, I hate that. I hate that. I hate that there are so many games dropping literally in like the same week. It's not even fair. It's not fair, bro. Gears of War Reloaded for PS5 is a 2016 remaster ported in 4K. You know what's interesting? What I've been hearing people say about Gears of War on PlayStation, and specifically Gears of War Reloaded, a lot of people asking, like, how come they're not doing an actual collection? Like, where is Gears of War 2 and 3? There are even people who honestly have expressed disappointment because we did get rumors previously that was going to be like a trilogy remaster or something. But I feel like from Microsoft's perspective, it's probably a business decision where they're like, okay, what if we just took the first game? That should be more than enough. And they're probably right. They're probably right because it's like Gears of War, just the first game remastered, will sell well on PlayStation just for the fact that it's Gears of War on PlayStation. Then we could do the second one, then we could do the third one, or maybe they'll do a trilogy next, or a whole complete package with every single Gears of War game. I mean, you do have to wonder, like, do they want to do anything with Gears 4 and 5 at some point? I mean, E-Day is coming presumably next year, and apparently that's going to be day one PS5. So you think Gears of War E-Day might just become the new canon and they'll go from there? Oh, that would make sense. That would make sense, Chris. That would be kind of ballsy though. They're going to retcon every Gears game after the first one. And E-Day E-Day's a prequel showing the build up to the events of Gears 1. So that's an interesting thought. That actually would explain why they're only doing the first game. Because it seems to me like people didn't really resonate with Gears of War 4 or Gears of War 5 the same way they did the original trilogy. I don't think anybody believes that Gears 4 or 5 were bad games. They were well-made games, and I think for most people enjoyable, but it was just lacking something that the original 3 games brought to the table. So, you think there should be a collection of them all on the Xbox Series X? Hanzo, the multiplayer for Gears of War 1, Gears of War Reloaded does have multiplayer. Yeah. So, you're about to see PlayStation players get absolutely wrecked. Dude, I never got really into Gears of War multiplayer. I've tried it, and I could at certain times kind of feel like, oh, I see what they're doing here. But honestly, like I don't know what it's called, but the wall hugging or whatever, like they're like how the characters like kind of bounce around everywhere. That I just couldn't. I'm like, I don't. It reminded me of Metal Gear Online and what was called box popping. So in Metal Gear Online, everybody just tried to get headshots all the time. Headshot was an instant kill. But you had a cardboard box, and you would just like tap the left trigger like really quickly. Like you just keep spamming it, and it would do this animation where the player character would literally just keep equipping the cardboard box, and it would like, it would do something to the frames. They would equip it, they would be in the cardboard box, they'd come out of it while they're moving. And it like was a mechanic in the game that essentially broke it. And people adapted to it where they just adopted it. Like, it's not broken. It's just now we've implemented this is how we play the game. I couldn't stand it in Metal Gear Online because I'm like, this is ruining the game. Like I see an enemy, I'm going to go aim at them and try to get a headshot and they're literally like, it looks almost like they're glitching in and out of a cardboard box. And it's like, what is this? I don't know that Gears is that bad. I don't know that it's on that level, but remember the Gears of War wannabe Bulletstorm? You know what's interesting is that studio is now working on a PlayStation project. God, what's the name of that studio? People Can Fly. They made People Can Fly made a Gears of War game. They made Gears of War Judgment. They made Bulletstorm. Now they're working with Sony on a PlayStation exclusive, and it seems as though they're going to be bringing back some kind of franchise. The project is called Project Delta. We've talked about this before, but just a reminder for anybody who forgot or maybe missed it. People are speculating because of the project name, that being Project Delta, which means I think 4. People are speculating that People Can Fly is actually bringing back Resistance. And if you look at the pedigree of the studio, they worked on Gears, they worked on Bulletstorm, they worked on Outriders. You could kind of see how that would be a studio that could be qualified potentially to bring Resistance back. But that's all speculation. The only thing that's not speculation is they are working on a PlayStation game. Bungie is Halo. You had a friend like that too. Trying to see what you guys are talking about. Yeah, with a lot of these multiplayer games, man, with a lot of them, I mean, they do have certain mechanics that basically could be exploited and you could get very good. Like there were basically skill levels within the exploitation itself, and the meta would just run so deep. And that can be great for multiplayer games because it's like, wow, this is awesome. Like if you know, you know, and it kind of adds a layer of depth to it, ironically enough. But it can also, filter people out really bad, like very quickly. So you could kind of, I don't know why YouTube keeps going back and forth with the names. It's really weird. I don't know why they're doing that. You were mentioning MEG, I played Gears my whole life and still suck ass at Gears multiplayer. Yeah, sometimes it's just like that, man. I'm inconsistent with multiplayer games. There are times, and if you guys were watching my Battlefield gameplay, or if you've seen me play like any competitive game in the past, I'm just inconsistent, where I have times where I'm doing well and I'm going on a tear, and I have times where I'm just god awful, and then there's a lot of just, meh in between. I don't think I've ever gotten really, truly, like, next level skilled at a game. Like, I would have to sit down and think about, like, what game did I really get good at? I have no idea what game it would be. And holy shit, bro. Prince G is saying it for me. Oh, man, he's showing up. Our man, Oliver Opfer. Oliver. He just came in and dropped 50 membership gifts on you guys. Oliver, he does it again. He does it again. He comes out of the shadows and he drops a second 50. Bro, what? What? Yo, Steven inspired Oliver on a level that nobody could have predicted. A mic drop moment. Bro just dropped 100. He dropped 100 bomb. For those who don't know, although I think a lot of you here do, Oliver comes in every now and again. He's consistent. He comes in every now and again and he just drops these crazy, crazy donations, dude. Hold on. I gotta play the soundbite. We have to do it. Let's see. I don't know if it's gonna make the explosion sound or not. I think it might just be the siren. That's such a terrifying sound, dude.
Good God.
Bro, holy shit, man. That's crazy. Oliver, the memberships are still going. They're still going. That is unbelievable. I can't believe this. Prince G says, that's appreciation from the MBG Army. Yeah, Oliver, bro, seriously. 100 membership gifts. And he's not done. Good God, indeed.
Good God.
What is this man doing? He drops like another, €100 donation. And then Corey comes in and drops another 20 membership gifts. What is happening? What is going on? We have reached nuclear levels, bro. Nuclear levels. This is beyond a member train. Holy shit. Dude, the counter's like practically broken. It's still going. And to think I almost didn't stream today. Dude, that's crazy. I was like, oh, I did my Battlefield stream. I don't know. I was like, you know what? Let's do it. We got some topics. Dude, seriously, thank you so much. Oliver with the €100 donation on top of 100 member gifts. He says, and a little something for the missus. Have fun. I mean, goddamn, bro.
Holy
She's yelling at me from the other room telling me what sound bites to play. Oliver, I got one for you, bro.
This is an incredibly exciting time for PlayStation.
Oliver's like an enigma. I assume he likes PlayStation. Okay? That's my assumption. He comes to the channel. I don't know. He's probably listening. And I don't know that he's listening, but he makes his presence known. Maybe Oliver is #1 Herman fan. But Oliver, thank you guys. I mean, dude, Steven, Corey, Oliver, everybody else donating. This is insane. This is insane. I was not at all anticipating this. Thank you so much. I am truly humbled right now. Yeah, guys, we're at 176 members, bro. Like, look at that. We were sitting at 57, and we're at 176 members. I capped my members at 100, and you guys somehow almost doubled it. Was not expecting that. We haven't even got, I'm sorry, yeah, we didn't even get to the topics yet. Well, we were talking. We were easing our way into it. And Corey, thank you so much for another 20 members gifted as well, on top of the 100. So within minutes, we just got 120 member gifts, bro. Yeah, we got some goats here. We got some legends. We got some goats. The only other thing I'll say before we, proceed and get into the topics is, again, this is what I'm talking about. It's support like this. I keep the channel sponsorship free. God knows I've gotten many mobile game offers. I just can't do it. Man. And I won't do it as long as we don't need to do it. You guys allow me to continue to do this. And even during slower times like this, dude, that's the craziest thing about the support is, like, this is, I don't know. I feel like this is one of the slower weeks, but you guys still show up. You still show up. Not even just the people who are donating, but the people who are still watching the channel and watching the content as well. So just a very sincere and genuine thank you for me, my family. It means everything. So thank you so much. Incredible community we have here. You guys are going to make me cry, man. WD-40 sponsorship. Listen, Gaming Survivor, I promise if I ever get an offer from WD-40, I will take it. That's the one sponsorship that I will take. And Planet Schlorpian says, Finally seeing an endocrinologist about my low T. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. Planet Slurpian, at first when you were talking about this, I thought you were joking, but no, you were asking me about it, and that's good, man. That's good. It's kind of got me thinking a little bit about my situation, and I don't know if my test levels are low. I don't think they're low. I don't think they are. I think they're okay. But a lot of times people end up finding out they're much lower than they realize. So I've never gotten my levels checked. I never felt like I had to, but I guess maybe at some point I will. It couldn't hurt, right? Just to find out, you know? I'm gonna find out my testosterone is just as low, Planet Slurpian. Before you know it, I'll have to go on TRT. Probably wouldn't be such a bad thing though, you know? It started with Wimpy Willie. Well, Planet Slurping, you're being very very open about it. Very open and very honest. We need a temptation. Oh, you know what? Yeah, if we ever got a sponsorship offer for cat treats, I would take that as well. I mean, come on. I'm basically doing free advertising for Temptations at this point. I should reach out to them because it's kind of crazy, right? Like, I think there was like this one time I think I got an offer from like I think it was like a random Chinese company, so I wasn't going to take it anyway, but it was for something for a dog. And I just thought that was so weird because I'm like, what? Like not even a cat, like it was for a dog. And I'm like, well, I don't even remember what it was, to be honest. And I also got this offer one time. This shit was funny. Looking back on it, maybe I should have taken this offer. I got an offer to advertise one of those they're like those handheld massage things, and they have like massage balls on them, and it looks really awkward. And I'm assuming like the whole offer would have been to advertise it on my channel and show myself using it. Now that could have been some funny ass content, but I'm like, I don't know, dude. Like I'm trying to talk about video games, and I'm gonna whip out this massage tool and be like, check this out, guys. Watch me rub out my muscle knots on stream. Pick one up yourself. It's like I just couldn't imagine myself doing that. So anyway, on to the topics. Crazy, dude. I'm still in disbelief. How about some mold destroying substance? Here we go. All right. Xbox Studios saying it's coming. All right. Yeah, I'm this close to veering into just completely inappropriate territory. Not gonna lie, MBG, that would have been peak content. It probably would have been, but I'm not gonna lie though. Like, the last thing I'll say, there's a part of me that when I would come across these offers, I'm like, I understand from why they're, because they see my like channeling, like, oh, Muscle Bound Gamer, maybe he's like a fitness channel or something. I'm like, listen, I think you guys, like, these companies want to earnestly and seriously sell these products, and I don't know. I was like, I don't. Yeah, title of the stream. I'm rubbing one out, guys. My most viewed stream. Not what you expect. Most viewed stream. Anyway, so about that Xbox Studio, on to the topics. Oh, it's getting hot in here, man. Like literally, it's getting hot in this room. You're digging the off-topic MBG today. Looks like you're having more fun than usual. Yeah, I mean, that's what's so weird, man, is I don't know. I was coming in with these two topics, like, I don't know how this is going to go. I don't know if anybody's interested in this. And now look at where we are. We did it. Oh my God, bro. MBG might be led down a dark path Yeah, that's probably another reason I didn't do it, because I knew it would go too well. Where would it lead me? What's next? What comes after that? How do I top that? We all know. We all know where that path leads. Dude, I saw this clip on Twitter the other day. There's like this podcast. I don't watch it, but I see clips pop up of it all the time where I don't know the name of it, but they have like OnlyFans models on like all the time and shit. And they seemingly just let anybody on this podcast. And a lot of times it's just like these like OnlyFans models being invited on the podcast and then just getting absolutely shit on. And I guess there's like a lot of argumentation going on back and forth about like whether it's okay, whether it's right, whether it's wrong, why people do it, why people support it. And I just saw this crazy clip of this. It was like this black dude who was like, he just schooled this one woman. He was like, are you proud of what you do? Like, being an OnlyFans model. And she's like, I don't know. And he's like, would you be okay if your father watched that and subscribed to your OnlyFans? And she was like, no. And he's like, exactly. See, the difference between me and you is the work that I do. I would feel proud if one of my parents took an interest in it and cared about it. And he just like went on this whole rant, and I'm like, God damn. Like, he was right. He was like totally right. I'm like, God, he really fucking nailed it. Anyway, I don't even know why that just popped up into my mind because Corey was talking about going down a dark path. Fresh and Fit podcast, is that what it's called? I see it pop up all the time. Yeah, we covered that yesterday, Diego. Crimson Desert, delayed to Q1 2026. New Soul 9 was in here, and it sounds like a quality podcast. I don't know. New Soul 9 was in here, and he was saying that he's thinking about just waiting for the PlayStation 6 or the next Xbox before he decides to play it. But I don't know, it got delayed to Q1, so you showed your parents this stream, Hanzo. They were proud of you. Good shit. Spread the word. Butthead laughing. He said nailed. Me and Mrs. MBG just watched Beavis and Butthead Do America last night. Hell yeah, bro. There's a new season of Beavis and Butthead coming, by the way. It's coming. It really is. And Metallica's on it. Did you guys see the trailer for that? I didn't know they still made Beavis and Butthead. I know that they had like a bit of a comeback, but Cerny will save us. It was a good movie. Like, I was actually expecting it to, well, I mean, it is kind of dumb purposely, but I was expecting it to be maybe not good, because I'm like, dude, Beavis and Butthead episodes are like 10 minutes long, and they're really, nonsensical. So I was like, oh yeah, I knew that looked familiar, Ray, when that scene when they were in the desert. I knew that art looked familiar. That's what it was. Rob Zombie. It's called Mike Judge's Beavis and Butthead. Saw the first new season. We're about to start watching the newer seasons. I think it started. I think they had like a comeback in 2011, and then it went away again. But then it came back in like 2021 or something. So Beavis and Butthead emojis. You know what? Yes, Hanzo. Thank you. Absolutely. That's next. Those I was thinking, like, what other emojis can I add? Because we might be hitting a new. We might be unlocking another one soon. Beavis and Butthead would be perfect. Planet Schlorpian with a $2 chat says, low baby gravy volume was my first symptom. Damn. That's a hell of a sentence, Planet Schlorpian. And I hope the TRT works for you, man. Do I like South Park? I used to watch South Park. I haven't seen it in many years. I see clips of it pop up all the time, though. I love how Mrs. MBG is just laughing in the other room because I read that. All right. They added a new achievement and difficulty to Hellblade 2. I no longer have 100%. Oh, I didn't know that they added. So I guess the new achievement is tethered to the new difficulty? I didn't know that. Yeah, that always sucks when they add new achievements or trophies and you lose your 100%. I hate it when that happens, man. I think it's even worse for Xbox achievements because there's like no platinum equivalent. So it's not separated. Um, Grabber by the Game Pass. Well then. All right, Hanzo. That's a great segue into this topic about Sean Layden apparently taking a big old dump on Game Pass and subscription services. This is what happens. Sometimes the chat starts to take over. Chat starts to take over, and stream becomes cursed very quickly. All right. We are ready. Are you ready, Petrov? Are you sure you're ready? Because I don't. At this point, I don't know. At this point, I don't know. I'm not sure that I'm ready. I thought I was ready. I agree with Mrs. MBG. What is this stream? People coming in here thinking like it's time to shit on Xbox. It's time for some console warring. And we didn't do either. I don't know what we did this stream so far. We did something. All right. I do have, I am the only host of this podcast, so I have to do my best to keep it on rails, or at least bring it back on the rails. So I will attempt to do that. But before I do, Hanzo just needs everybody to know that he is no gooner. Hanzo the gooner? I don't know, man. I feel like only a real gooner, I mean like a real gooner, they're the only ones that are like, I'm not a gooner. I'm no gooner. That's not me. Pretty sure that's the person that's like, I'm pretty sure you're the biggest gooner here. I don't know, Hanzo. I don't know, man. Yo, Corey's just straight up getting offended over there. He's like, doesn't America have enough shit going on? Yeah, I don't even know what's going on anymore. I just stopped paying attention because I'm like, what? You know what? Paying attention doesn't do anything for me. Not knowing. I'm not saying I'm going out of my way to bury my head in the sand, but it's just not knowing. Maybe it is hurting me. But if I don't know that it's hurting me, then okay. Is it really hurting me? Anyway. This is what happens when people fall in love with their favorite piece of plastic instead of a real woman. Can we talk about Mark Cerny's flopflation? For those who don't know, Mark Cerny did coin the term flopflation. It's a real term from Mark Cerny. So, what did he mean? What was he trying to say? I think Mark Cerny, more than anybody, hates the fact that Microsoft marketed the teraflop more than anybody. I think Mark Cerny is actually the biggest hater of that. But he's got to play it cool, you know? Flopflation. All right. Yeah, no, I hear you, man. Corey, I agree. I can't even like properly scroll through YouTube anymore. Yeah, this is like the first time. Hold on. See, now my chat's just becoming too entertaining at this point. This is the first time I've seen somebody willingly say, okay, it's time for you to time me out. Hanzo requested for Gaming Survivor to time him out, bro. Like, okay. All right, well, you know what? This is how I know we've got a good thing going here. When somebody knows, it's like, you know what? All right. Yeah, I need to be timed out for a little bit. That's when you know. You got people self-moderating now. we did it. I think this is it. We've reached a new milestone in the community here. Garrett, what's going on, man? Garrett has no idea what he's walking into, man. He's going to find out. Garrett's like, hold on, what did I miss? Wait. Oh, okay. Okay, I got it now. I need a night in the cell. He's become self-aware. Oh, man. He's saying, come on, do it. Come on, do it. Do it now. He wants more. How much goon memory will the next Xbox have? Well, according to the Xbox, like 120 CUs worth. So what's that get you? Dude, somebody in my comments literally yesterday was like, the next Xbox going to have 120 compute units. I'm like, what are we talking about? What are we even talking about? Oh, man. You see, the reality is I know what a lot of you want. A lot of you want me to cave to the degenerate behavior. You want me to cave and you want me to allow it and say, this is what we are. This is what we will be. And it's working. Negative Goonaflops. Yeah, dude, the next fucking technical presentation from Mark Cerny, he's going to term the coin goonflation. Goonflation. That's how you know. That's how you know Next Generation is truly cooked. Oh, man. Did he sound like Mike Tyson? I don't know. In my head, he did. He's like, yeah, man. I heard next Xbox. I have 120 CUs. Could be next gen racing. And I'm like, okay. Yeah, man. I mean, it's to a point where it's like, maybe that was Mike Tyson. I'm not going to argue with him. You know, I'm not going to argue with him. Who am I to deny man what he asks for? Will Crimson Desert be held back by the Series S? Well, I don't know. I mean, it's launching on the Series S, right? So, MBG, the console wars are dead. The ones who will fight it are living in the past. Like Kyle Reese. Dude, Hanzo's so in my head right now with the Terminator shit. He's got me thinking Arnold. He's got me thinking Terminator for no reason. I got Tarnished, like, dead serious, being like, yo, console wars are in the past. The only people fighting those wars are going to be living in the past. I'm like, so this is like Terminator? I'm going to send, I'm going to make a clone MBG and send him back. I'm going to send him back. Terminate Xbox once and for all, bro. Maybe that's what Don Matrick was. I mean, have we ever taken a second to think that maybe Don Matrick was sent back to destroy Xbox? Because, I mean, think about it. Like, how does somebody really do that much damage? You know? Like, how do you get into that position and then do that much damage in one swoop? Don Matrick may be, you know, he may be the Terminator in the gaming world. He is, yeah. He's like the T800, essentially. Maybe the T1000. Well, no. T800. Luke Stevens made a video of Crimson Desert's delay and how he said you basically need a high-end PC to run it. How's it going to run on the Series S? Well, I mean, that game is announced for Xbox, right? Gaming Survivor, bro. It's probably true. Gaming Survivor, that's probably true. If you think about it, that's the most logical, like realistic explanation of what happened. Tarnish says, I came here expecting console wars and I'm questioning myself in this stream. If this stream is pre-recorded or something. Well, hold on. Let me see. I'm pretty sure Crimson Desert's announced for Xbox platforms. Yeah. So it is announced for the Xbox Series X and S. Well, you know, people, on a more serious note, people I saw were having conversations that the reasoning they were giving for delaying the game, people are, I don't know, like they're questioning if it's for further console optimization. So it says here before the Q&A session, hold on. So they say the launch of Crimson Desert, our first large-scale AAA console game, has been unavoidably delayed by 1 quarter from the previously announced schedule. This is due to longer than expected timelines arising from schedule coordination and collaborations with multiple partners for offline distribution, voiceovers, console certification, and other launch preparations. So it just sounds like the logistics of it, I guess. They don't make it sound like they're having any kind of optimization issue. So this is the Twilight Zone. This is something, man. Metric may have been Sony's Kyle Reese. I like to imagine. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, you think about. I feel like the equivalent, it's like at the end of the Terminator, it's like you've been terminated. It's like the line, you've been terminated, and then the pursuing Terminator gets terminated, killed. I feel like that moment, the equivalent of that moment, was when Sony put out that video of this is how you share your games. Like that was Sony's equivalent of you've been terminated. That's dude. You know what? Looking back on that, that's still crazy to think that got a green light. Like they were allowed to make that and release that. Wild times, man. I wish I was on YouTube at that time. I wasn't on YouTube at that time. I was watching what was going on, but I wish I was like full blown in the trenches and in the console wars on YouTube, because that would have been the funniest shit ever. You would never see Sony do anything like that these days. You would never see any company really do anything like that. Was it a little bit out of pocket? Probably. Was it a little bit overly aggressive? Probably. But I don't know, man. Sony was feeling it. They were feeling it. And Lost Isley comes in and is keeping this member train going, bro. Somehow Lost Isley is keeping the member train going, bringing us up to 177 members. You guys have absolutely obliterated it today. Lost Isley, thank you so much for that.
Appreciate it.
Well, let me read here. So it says Microsoft's semi-new strategy of releasing its own games on rival platforms continues today with the debut of Senua's Saga Hellblade 2 on PS5. The original Hellblade is also arriving on PS5. So it says the Hellblade series has a history with PlayStation, as the first game originally launched exclusively on console for the PS4. It didn't come to Xbox until April of 2018. Microsoft bought the company in June of 2018, with Hellblade 2 launching in 2024 on Xbox and PC. Hold on one sec. And you know what? I completely forgot about that, to be honest. I completely forgot that Hellblade 1 was actually a PlayStation exclusive. I don't know how I forgot that. But it says here it's been a long, intense, and deeply personal journey, and bringing this sequel to PlayStation truly feels like coming home. This is what Melina Juergens, who plays Senua, said in a blog post. For the newly released Enhanced Edition, players can expect performance mode with 60 FPS, a new Dark Rot challenge mode, an updated photo mode, and developer commentary. This new enhanced version of Hellblade 2 is also available on PC and Xbox through a free update. Additionally, Hellblade 2 is now officially Steam Deck verified as of August 12th. And it's worth noting, like, I went to go check out the Digital Foundry video that they did comparing the PS5, PS5 Pro, Xbox Series X, and Steam Deck. And it seems, at least based off of the comments, um, people are actually quite impressed with what they managed to achieve with PSSR. So it says, I think PSSR is actually a noticeable improvement over TSR. TSR gets sharper when still, but let's be honest, when is the frame still? PSSR stays sharp with less aliasing in movement, and that matters so much more. Somebody says, I will use PSSR. Clarity in motion is more important than in stills. Somebody says, now this is optimization. Somebody says here they also brought over Hellblade 1, Senua's Sacrifice, which is enhanced for the PS5 and Pro. It came with the deluxe edition. Let's see. Some people are complaining, though. They're like a really big missed opportunity for 40 FPS slash 120 hertz mode. But generally speaking, it seems like it seems like they did a really good job. Somebody else here says, damn, the PS5 Pro mode actually looks significantly better. And then he adds an edit saying, it seems as though I pissed off a bunch of broke PC fanboys. Somebody says, yes, bro, as a PS5 Pro console owner, I'm very happy with this upgrade. I should check this game out on PS5 Pro. I mean, I played it on PC when I have like 3060, and it looked pretty good. MBG Digital Foundry says BF6 on PS5 Pro with PSSR actually looks sharper than PC native 4K. No fucking way. Are you serious? Tarnished, are you being serious? Did they actually say that? Oh, that's not good. Yo, PC players are going to be pissed. To be honest, though, I'm not like, I guess I wouldn't be shocked because somebody, now when I was streaming Battlefield 6, I was playing it on the PS5 Pro, but my stream is capped at 1080p, 60 frames per second. But I was looking at it, like every time I'm playing Battlefield on my PS5 Pro, I'm like, this looks like native 4K, 60 FPS. It does. Like it looks so crisp and so clean. And I haven't tried it on a base PS5, so I can't compare it. But I noticed when I switch it to performance mode, I'm like, oh, I can't do that. Like, yeah, the frames are higher, but the visual hit is like, no, dude, the enhanced mode. And I'm assuming it's like the PS5 Pro enhanced mode for Battlefield 6 looks very, very good. I mean, I play Black Ops 6 as well, and that's a PS5 Pro enhanced game. And that game looks good graphically, but Battlefield 6 looks a lot better. It's closer to 80 FPS average. So there you go. Yeah, you're right. I think the Pro just automatically goes beyond 60 FPS on balance mode. That's crazy, dude. That's crazy. Yeah, I mean, look, man, I know that a lot of people question if the PS5 Pro is worth it, and I'm not here to say it's worth it, but only because that's for each person to decide. I will say that it's times like this where I'm like, yeah, this is what I would have hoped to get when investing in the PS5 Pro. That if I am going to pick up, which I am going to pick up Battlefield 6 when it comes out, dude, this game, I don't know how much better it could look on a high end PC, but I would genuinely I would want to ask, like, how much would I have to pay to get a PC that can run the game and it looks just like this consistently? How much would that cost? Um, you know, I'm sure it would be more than 700. Maybe not that much more, but I'm sure it would be more. And this is just where it's like, well, this is what makes the PS5 Pro feel like kind of a good deal, right? If you care about this stuff. If you don't care, you don't care. The game still looks really good on base PS5. It still looks really good on base PS5, I'm sure. I haven't seen it, but people have told me it looks good. So, like, it's not like you're going to look at a shit version, right? It's like Death Stranding 2. Death Stranding 2, I do still play on a base PS5 sometimes, and it looks very, very good. Does it look better on the Pro? Yes. I do notice the difference. Is it a massive, huge leap that's like, holy shit, night and day? No. But I appreciate that difference nonetheless. But that's, it's stuff like this that's basically what I've hoped for when I got the PS5 Pro is like I want devs to utilize it. I want devs to utilize PSSR, and I ultimately I want games to look like what we thought, frankly, they were going to look like when we got the base PS5. Um, I think a lot of us went into this generation thinking that games were going to be native 4K 60 FPS. A lot of tech people were saying, probably not going to get that. You'll get close to that, but we saw quite a few games come in at 1080p 60 frames, in performance mode, which is acceptable, but not necessarily what people were hoping for, right? The PS5 Pro makes me feel like this is like we're finally at that point. The PS5 Pro, I'm not gonna lie, genuinely makes me wonder, like, man, how is not to go down that conversation rabbit hole again, because I'm not going to, but it does make me wonder, like, Sony, what are you gonna do for the PS6? Because this looks fucking good. Like, I look at a game like Battlefield 6, and I'm like, okay, if this gets a PS6 version, what's the PS6 version going to do? The PS5 Pro version isn't. And really, the only thing I can think is ray tracing, lighting and ray tracing, where it's like we're gonna put crazy ray tracing in this game that's just not even remotely possible on the PS5 Pro, and we're gonna like turn it up to 10, and like maybe then it's like, oh, that actually looks crazy good. Like that actually looks noticeably different. Like there's a night and day difference in the lighting. No pun intended. Maybe that's it. You know, I see Wes is still going. Wes just straight up in the chat, Goonborn. Battle Goon said, okay. I lost it. I knew I lost it. I'm like, I'm trying to reel it back in. I lost him. Battle Goon 6. MBG, did you ever play Liza P DLC and try the new difficulty settings? I haven't yet. I'm going to be honest with you. Like, there's a lot of like, it's starting to really add up now, the amount of shit that I want to play. And I'm going to be honest. Like, I'm contemplating giving up on the Death Stranding 2 Platinum. I'm probably not going to. But I'm contemplating because it's like, dude, this is taking up like I'm really starting to like get behind on things now, man, where there are games and things that have come out like Mafia, like Liza PDLC that I want to play. Like it's a priority. I want to play these things. And the further away I get from them, the less likely I am to play them. You guys know what that's like. And I'm just over here thinking to myself, like, dude, there's going to be an onslaught of games coming in the next like 6 to 8 weeks. And I have literally like 36 more facilities to 5-star on Death Stranding 2. Now, if you haven't played Death Stranding 2, you probably don't understand what that means. If you have played Death Stranding 2, you know what that fucking means. Garrett says he's 180 hours in, needs 7 more 5-stars facilities, have upgraded every road, monorail, and mine. Oh, man. And we have Delwyn Jones coming in, a member for 4 months. He says, I too will be for sure getting a PS6 day one. I like the way you started that. I too will be getting a PS6 day one. Plus, without a shadow of a doubt, the handheld as well. PlayStation 6 specs are years old and likely have changed, but I can't wait. Yeah, dude, I mean, I know there's a lot of conversations that have been going on, and we have those conversations here. About like the viability and the actual interest level of the PS6. But I always try to tell people like it's easy to not be excited for something that isn't real yet. You know what I mean? Like it's easy to dismiss the PS6 and the next gen and oh, who needs that? It's who wants that? I don't like the sound of that at all. It's too early. Is it even going to be worth it? But you got once Sony comes out and rings the bell and it's like it's time. It's time. And we got something to show you. You're going to see how quickly people are like, you know what, though, actually, like that's how it goes. That's how it goes almost every time. Now, granted, maybe it was different with the PS3 to PS4 because people felt like that generation was too long. You know what I mean? They were like, okay, it's time to end this. So people automatically had that excitement and anticipation. But absolutely, Delwyn. Tarnish, you're saying, okay, my bad. MBG. Digital Foundry said PS5 Pro in balance mode with PSSR looks substantially better than 4K FSR quality mode on PC, which puts PSSR about as good as DLSS modes. Seriously impressive. Well, thank you. I appreciate you letting me know, Tarnished. Yeah, I mean that's still crazy. Like that means one of two things, either or both. It means either like devs are really figuring out how to get the absolute most out of PSSR, like where it's like, holy shit, like they're like maxing this thing out already easily, or PSSR is just getting that good that quickly. Now, I don't doubt that PSSR is getting that good or is that good now because they're working with AMD, dude. This is like we may be seeing. I'm not 100% sure, but we may already be seeing some of the benefits of Mark Cerny partnering with AMD for Project Amethyst. We could maybe be seeing that right now, where like PSSR has been updated behind the scenes. Apparently, like they keep giving new versions of PSSR to developers, and people are speculating that what we're seeing in a game like Battlefield 6 might be like the latest iteration. Um, but the big one's coming next year. And the rumor is it's coming around the time of GTA 6. Not so. We'll see about that. That'll be huge if it's true. MEG, which Xbox studio are we talking about when it comes to PlayStation? Ninja Theory. So Ninja Theory just released Hellblade 2 on PlayStation, and they put out a blog post about it, and the voice actress says it's they're super excited to come back to PlayStation, and it feels like coming home. And it makes sense that they would say that because it's like, oh yeah, Hellblade 1 was a PlayStation 4 exclusive. Completely, I don't know how I forgot about that, but that's Hellblade. I liked Hellblade 1, I think, more than 2. The story of Hellblade 2 is really good, though. I have to admit. I actually really like the story of Hellblade 2, and I like the characters. I think it's understandable why people are so hard on the game, because I do think, from a gameplay perspective, Hellblade 2 does leave a lot to be desired. Um, but I got to give credit to Ninja Theory, where they're artists, and I think the characters that they create, and obviously graphically it looks like an incredible game, but the characters, the story, um, you know, the the struggle that Senua goes through, it speaks to me. It does. I really like the first game. I love the story of the first game, and I like the story of the second game just as much, I would say. Gameplay in the second game, though, if they do a third game, I hope that they really go in a different direction with the gameplay, you know, or improve it. And we have Delwyn Jones coming in with a 20-pound super chat. Delwyn, thank you so much. More support. You guys are incredible. Seriously. Delwyn says here, I'm really digging Battlefield 6, even though I don't usually play multiplayer as much. People are saying it'll be even better than Call of Duty, and after playing it, I gotta say, it's seriously fun. I played it for like 8 hours, and it's a solid 9 out of 10. Gameplay is amazing. Absolutely. Delwyn, I mean, what you're saying here, I think you're far from the only one. I've been seeing a lot of people, and this is what's interesting to me about Battlefield 6 in particular. I've been seeing a lot of people who, like you, don't normally play multiplayer games or maybe haven't even played Battlefield. They're showing interest in this game. And that is maybe the most unexpected thing for me, because I think it just goes to show that the game is catching fire. And obviously the big question is, will it take on Call of Duty? I don't know about that. We'll find out. But I just feel like you're seeing people who otherwise had no interest in Battlefield. Suddenly they're like seeing the clips online. They're seeing the concurrent players. It reminds me of Helldivers a little bit. The difference is Battlefield is an established franchise, and I thought if they can just speak to the core Battlefield fans and bring them back and make them happy, they win. That's all they need to do. But it seems like they went for much more than that. EA apparently wanted them to go for much more than that. And we got that report of like they want to hit like 100 million players or something like that in total, which is some crazy number. And I'm like, well, I think that seems kind of impossible. Now looking at where we are, where you're beginning to see people who don't normally play multiplayer games or don't even haven't even played Battlefield. They're showing interest and they're trying out the beta. And I wonder if that's, that 100 million number includes people trying out the beta. It seems like a possibility. Like, it seems like, man, they might be able to reach these absurd heights and achieve a type of success that not many games do. Um, Battlefield 6 is basically Bad Company 3. The more I play it, the more it kind of feels that way. Yeah, it's very reminiscent of Bad Company 3 in a lot of ways. There are certain aspects of Battlefield 6 that are more reminiscent of Battlefield Bad Company 2 than they are Battlefield 3 or 4. Even though aesthetically it looks more like Battlefield 3 or 4. There's something about it that actually feels more Bad Company 2-ish. Concord is better. But I'm glad to hear you're enjoying it, Delwyn. And yeah, man, I'm excited for the launch of this game. I didn't think I would be this excited for it, but it's going well. Hold on one sec. Sorry about that. MBG, I'm begging, check out the trailer for the game Spine. It's coming out later this year. If you love I know what game you're talking about, Mac2, by the way. Yeah, I've seen that trailer. It's like a mix of Sifu, John Wick. It's got like a female protagonist. My only question, Mac2, is that game coming to PlayStation? Really, Shems is going crazy. Hold on one sec, guys. What do you look like? Do you have the video? Yo, Gaming Survivor. Bro, you know how we were joking around earlier about me karate chopping somebody? Like, is Gaming Survivor here right now? You were making jokes earlier. Dude, uh, apparently somebody just tried to like come into my home. What? Like, listen, I never leave my doors unlocked. Ever. Hold on. I gotta see. All right. Yeah, dude, I don't know. Um, I don't know. I just watched the video clip. This person walked up to my home and they just like opened the screen door and then they just closed it and then they just stood there for a second. It looked like they had their phone in their hand or something. There's like no urgency. Like it almost looked, I don't know, like they didn't knock on the door. Although I think my door my doorbell needs to be charged, but it was really weird. And then they just like left. I don't. That was definitely a person. It wasn't a ghost. So I don't know. I don't know if like I was like observing the video and this person seemed I don't know. It didn't seem, just based on my observation, like they were, I don't know. Very strange. Very strange. I mean, I do have like a little, it to be honest, it kind of looked like a wrong address thing. Oh, it's not dead. Oh yeah, true, true. Oh yeah, okay, so the doorbell wasn't dead. Well, Mrs. MBG is claiming that they just tried to open the door, bro. There's gonna be more in a karate chop. Karate chop first, ask questions later. Dude, we were joking, but like, bro, I don't know what's about to go down. Like, I don't know, man. I don't know. I'll tell you, this right here though. No, it wasn't the mailman. Shams. I'm a karate chop my mailman. No. Um, this right here is why, like, I never leave my doors unlocked. In fact, I bolted, like, I have my doors bolted, even, you know, even if there's, even if I don't need to have them bolted, I always have them bolted because I'm like, I just don't trust people, bro. And this may be no uniform. This person was dressed very casual. They had, it was like a big black dude. Okay, it was this huge black guy, um, walking calmly and slowly, wearing shorts and a t-shirt and flip flops, and had his phone out. And I'm gonna be honest, like if I'm grab, ain't no way, ain't no way, bro. Oh shit. I mean, again, I watched the video selling solar panels. I'll be honest, that would be surprising because that did not look like a salesman, or a solicitor. It the way that they were walking really slow too. They were walking really slow. So it like I'm inclined to believe that maybe they had the wrong address and they were like this. But I don't know. My wife says that they tried opening the door or some shit. Like maybe they're just that confused. They thought it was their home. I don't know. Is that plaque new? It is. It is new. We did it. Was it Terry Crews? Maybe you don't talk about your security system online. Yeah, well, I got some Rottweilers in the backyard. I got some trip mines. I got some trip mines, you know? I got some poison ivy. I've surrounded my home with poison ivy. No, it's, I don't know. I'll be honest though, man, like where I live, I have weird shit happen here all the time. Like I kind of want to move. I'm going to be honest. I kind of want to move because there's just always weird shit happening in proximity to my home, and I just like, I also live on like the side of a road, and the amount of times like people pull over next to my fucking house doing weird shit. Like I'm just like, "Oh my god." Like anyway, that's some big ass weeds. I don't live in the hood. No. No, I don't live in the hood. I don't think I do. Uh-oh. Am I that person that lives in the hood and doesn't know they live in the hood? Maybe. See, that's what I worry about. That's what you're saying, early bud. Like this is where like that's where my mind goes, and I'm not gonna give anybody the benefit of the doubt. So no, I'm on the East Coast. Well, I don't know, man. gonna be a yeah. I'm gonna have to break out the AR, bro. No, it was not Christopher Judge. MBG almost looks mad. He didn't get to chop somebody. I'm ready. I was ready. Still am. I'm ready. Hood BG. Probably safer in the hood, to be honest. MBG strapped good. I'm gonna be shocked if he wasn't. Oh yeah, bro. Let me tell you, I am strapped. Somebody needs putting down. I'm gonna put him down. You know what I'm saying, Wes? You know what I'm saying. Did I ever do door-to-door sales? I never have. No, I don't think I could ever do that. Like I'm just saying, not like I'm above it or anything. Not like that. I just mean like literally, I don't know that I could socialize in a way. I did work retail for a while, and that was hard. That was really fucking hard. Um, Gotta get the musket. Always born ready, you know. You Neo says I live in the hood and shit like that doesn't even happen here. Dude, not like a couple weeks ago there was a whole situation out literally in front of my house. I mean directly in front of my house to the point where I'm like, "Oh god, I'm going to get a knock on the door from the cops." Where they were like taking somebody down. They didn't like kill him or anything, but there was like some kind of chase and they got him like right in front of my house. I'm like, "What the fuck is going on, dude?" It was like some kind of perp, you know? Some kind of perpetrator out there. And you know, I'm like glad the cops got them. You know, they're doing their job. I guess I don't know. It was like bad. Like it was like there's like 6 cop cars out there. I'm like, okay, I'm just gonna shut the curtains and shit's crazy, man. Shit's crazy. Your dad is 65 and he just got a gun last year. No, Vinny, no. Garrett says I do real estate photos and I've gone to the wrong house more than once. Yeah, I mean, it could be something like that, you know? I always get nervous, you know? I always get nervous. I don't trust anybody rolling up to my house ever. Like, unless I literally know who they are, um, I always get nervous. Like, dude, there was this one time, um, this is what you know what? Come to think of it, weird shit is always happening. About, like, a month and a half ago, some dude rolls up to my house on a fucking bike. And this is an old dude. This is like a guy in his late 50s or early 60s. He's wearing like a tank top. He's got like a beer gut. So he's like some white dude. He's got like a big mustache. He fucking rolls up on a when I say a bike, I mean a bicycle. And just like puts it up against my fence. Look, I'm like, who the fuck is this? And why are they acting like they know me? Like they're like being like very nonchalant on my property. And the dude like he comes up to the door and he knocks on it. And I am that person. I'm like looking out the window. And I'm like, motherfucker, like who the hell what am I being bothered with now? Who is this man? So I get my strap, and I open the door. I'm like, "Can I help you?" And this guy, he's just like looking at me and he's like, "Does so and so live here?" Like just a name I've never heard. And I'm like, "No. I don't know who that is." And he's just like looking at me like really confused. And he wasn't like high or anything. Cuz I was thinking like, "Oh, is this dude like cracked out or something?" And he's not. He seems pretty coherent, but he just seems very confused. And he's like, "Oh man." I was like, and he like asked me like, how many years have I lived here? And I told him like, it's been like over a decade, you know. And he seemed like mind blown. Like this dude seemed like he woke up from a coma. And the more I thought about it, I'm like, this dude definitely just got out of prison. And whoever I guess lived in this home prior, or like he must have known him But this dude definitely just got out of fucking prison. And I was just like, yeah, man, sorry, I don't know what to tell you. And I just like shut the door. I'm just like what the fuck? Who are you people? Like, who are you people? Get away from my home. You know, like I don't engage with anybody. And the universe finds a way to just, but that was weird. It was James Sunderland time loop. Yeah, it was looking like James Sunderland, all right. Oh, I know. I'll keep it in mind. Maybe I won't sleep tonight. Maybe I won't sleep tonight early, bud. We were talking about Hellblade, but then a situation occurred. I'm sorry about that. We were talking about Hellblade. Situation occurred and got very, very distracted. Came from a parallel universe. Dude, Cornbread, yeah, there are some weirdos out there, dude. There are some really strange people. And I just don't, I'm not saying assume the worst in people, but I always have my guard up. Like I just don't trust people like that. They could be really nice people. They could be totally normal, great people, but I don't know you, you know? But I know the danger that's out there. So, you know, the FBI showed up at my parents' house before because when I was in high school, I was at the DMV the same day. Oh, wow. That's crazy. That is crazy. That's scary. Must be James Bond. But bro, that's crazy. The worst part is when people let their dog shit on your lawn. That's just, I mean, that's like a major disrespect, man. That's a major disrespect. Well, yeah, always gotta be on the lookout, man. Yeah, always be aware. Exactly, Chris. Exactly. Yeah, it's that protective nature. Maybe I have a little alarm I take with me when I'm going out, just in case somebody's trying to follow you or something. You grew up in West Memphis, less than 10 minutes from Memphis. You have to get used to looking over your shoulder. It sucks living that way, though. Yeah, well, I mean, I have some experience, certainly, where um, between, God, how old would I have been? I think between the ages 16 and 20, I lived with my father in this small apartment complex, and it was ghetto as ghetto gets, to be honest. Like, I think it could have been worse, but it was a bad spot. And that's how I was. Like, I was like that. Like, I was always looking over my shoulder and very uneasy and always kind of getting this feeling that, like, this doesn't seem like a great place. And it seems like there's not some great people around here. And, granted, nothing too crazy ever happened. A couple of crazy things happened, but nothing like insane, luckily. But there were definitely crazy people like living in this apartment complex and near me and shit. And I'm like, I don't know, man. It was unsettling. I definitely had like this intense feeling of I need to get the fuck out of here at some point, And I did. Luckily I did. But you need to keep a katana on your waist like Jin. That is illegal though. If you were to walk outside your front door with a katana, the cops would show up with their firearms drawn. No joke. I'm serious. Um, yeah, you gotta be careful with that shit. I bet you had a hood cricket. What is that? Capona, what is that? Oh man. Ray says I lived in South Central LA 4 blocks away from where the LA riots happened during the time it happened. I grew up in the hood. Damn, Ray. Yeah, that's tough. That's tough. We have to battle London foxes in London. I grew up in Pleasantville, New Jersey, and it was okay, but much better now. Shems is thoroughly enjoying the stream. In SoCal, you don't even need to be in the ghetto for something to happen. It's just random bullshit like GTA. No blade length limits in Arkansas. Also constitutional carry. So you're telling me I said Arkansas. So wait, you're telling Arkansas, bro. You're telling me you can just go outside your front door with a katana legally. Nothing would happen. I don't. Hold on. Are katanas illegal in the U.S.? Arkansas. Generally, katana swords are illegal to own in the U.S., but state and local laws vary significantly regarding their carrying in public display. While federal law doesn't prohibit owning swords, many states regulate their public carry, often treating them like knives and other weapons. Intent. Carrying a katana with the intent to cause harm can lead to legal trouble. I don't know why that's funny. I don't know. It's just funny. Like, what is your intention with this katana? I want to cause harm. You, sir, are committing a crime. Carrying a concealed katana without a permit is illegal in California and can lead to criminal charges. New York, also, same thing. Oh, so it seems like you could, in most states, leave your home with a katana, but you will definitely get questioned. Like, it's not immediately illegal, but cops are going to stop you and be like, what's going on, bud? Why you got that katana? You know? They're just going to assume you're mentally ill and there's something wrong with you. How's the weather out there in Vegas? I don't live in Vegas, bro. 110. You watch random live police car chases in LA and it legit looks like watching real life GTA. Carl says, I'm in London. I'm always vigilant. You have to be ready. My answer is, your answer, Ray, would be it's a fashion statement. Yeah, I'd be like, guys, I just finished Ghost of Yote, man. And I'm feeling it. Garrett, that's some scary shit, bro. It's 87 where I'm at. Yeah, that does sound scary, Mr. B. I don't know what's going on over there. Well, I mean, look, man, I'm not a violent person. You know, at least I don't consider myself a violent person. I mean, I think anybody can become violent under the right circumstances. You know, a lot of people, if they're forced in defensive positions, they'll become violent, you know? But that's the problem is like we do live in a world where you have to understand that some people are crazy. Some people do want to hurt for no reason, or for reasons that don't make any sense. And if you ever find yourself in a position where you need to be on the defense, you know, you don't want to be in that position, right? But the world is a crazy place. Sometimes it's good to be violent. I mean, I think there's rare circumstances. It's like very rare where violence is literally the answer. Like we need to be violent right now. That's the only solution. I mean, there certainly are those instances, but I would say you know, they're not as they're not as common, really. Neo says he hates confrontation. People don't fight anymore either these days. It's either you're strapped or you die. Well, that's another reason. Yeah. I mean, I don't like, dude, if there's one thing scrolling through Twitter has taught me is that goddamn, um, at any moment the shit might go down. Whether that be like it doesn't have to be firearms. Like, dude, I've seen video clips on Twitter, like a lot of fight videos where I'm fairly certain that the person on the receiving end of that punch isn't getting up, or is like they're not the same afterwards. Like permanent life altering damage has been done. And it's scary. Like violence, like real violence. I'm not talking about like exaggerated violence on TV, like John Wick or something, or playing games. I'm talking like real violence is actually terrifying. Um, and it's one thing to just watch it from afar or watch it through a screen. It's another thing when it's happening right around you or you're involved in it. And you just realize that, like, yeah, man, there are some people where they are maniacs. Um, but you know, such is life, I guess. I guess it's only natural that we we would get onto this. I was trying to talk about Hellblade, but MBG, tell me if I'm right. Are these among your top 5 most anticipated games? GTA 6, Wolverine, Mudang, Blade, Fizzant, not counting Yotang Delta. Uh, yeah, I would say I'm excited for all of them. Yeah. My most excited out of those right now has to be GTA 6. Wolverine is, I would say, second. Fizzant is a little bit further down just because I know it's so far away. Chris, you're saying that's why you deleted the app? You don't need to see clips like that anymore? It definitely, yeah, it's not good to see this stuff. Like, it's good maybe to see it just a little bit to be aware that it exists and this is real. But in terms of, like, you know, constantly being exposed to it, yeah, I don't think it's helpful. Maybe you can learn something from it. That's what I'll say is some of the clips I've seen, I've learned, like, okay, maybe here's what not to do if I'm ever in a situation similar to this. Yeah, dude, that's what I'm saying. I just stay inside. Even when I stay inside, I still got weird shit like this happening to me. Hanzo, you're heading out, man? Yeah, today's stream will probably be a little bit on the shorter side. Um, Only because I got off to such a late start. And I do apologize. It's not I think we had some good conversations today. It's just unfortunate I haven't been doing a good job at presenting and discussing the topics that I have listed here. Let's talk Saros. Saros is going to be awesome. That's one of my most anticipated games as well. That game Mudang, that was revealed, I believe, at the Xbox showcase. And it looks like a mix of like Metal Gear Solid and Resident Evil or something. It looks crazy. It looks like over the top, and it looks really good. Not over the top in a bad way, in a very, very good way. Yeah, see, Laws, that's crazy. That's some crazy shit to me, right there. Will I stream tomorrow? Tomorrow's up in the air. So I will stream tomorrow if there are topics to discuss. But if there are no topics, I will probably wait until Sunday so we can you know, let hopefully some things happen, because there's always a slowdown in summer. You just never know when it's going to be. Not September. September is summer, but September's never slow. The slowdown either occurs in July or August, and it's interchangeable. This year, the slowdown occurred in August. July was not slow, but the first 2 weeks of August are pretty. This is why I'm curious to see what Summer Game Fest is like, because Summer Game Fest opening night live, or sorry, not Summer Game Fest, Gamescom opening night live. It's for the past couple of years, like I said, it's been very weak in my opinion, not very good. But it's been a very quiet month so far, so it could be building up to a pretty good show. Gamescom is happening Tuesday, opening night live, that is. The actual presentation and show. Tuesday, I will be streaming it. Gems, says you gotta prep. Gotta prep, bro. Yeah, I do think that there will be a state of play. I said this in my last stream, but people, were asking me if I think Sony's going to be doing something in September, and guaranteed they're going to do at least a state of play. So they will do that. Unless, I mean, look, man, if they don't do something in September, that will be the first time this entire generation they don't do something in September. I do see some people talking about a showcase, but I'm not. I don't know that I'm anticipating a showcase. I will continue to say that. I want a showcase. I don't think I don't expect it. Let me read this to you though, guys. We have an article here from Push Square. It says a sprawling and quite insightful article about the current state of the games industry has been published by gamesindustry.biz, featuring interviews with the likes of Circana's Matt Piscatella, but it's former PlayStation executive Sean Layden's thoughts that are now going viral as he chimed in with his opinion about Xbox Game Pass. As part of a larger discussion about about game pricing, the veteran Sony executive said he believes subscription services with day one releases could be a danger, and he likens the situation to Spotify. He points out that music is basically worthless these days, but artists have an adjacent market from touring, so there's still money to be made. The same does not apply to video games. While he acknowledges there may be value in subscriptions for smaller developers seeking exposure, a Claire Obscure Expedition 33 perhaps, he believes creators could end up, quote, wage slaves, with little incentive to bring value to the market in the hope that their project could explode. Here's the full quote of what he said. There's a lot of debates going on. Is Game Pass profitable? Is Game Pass not profitable? What does that mean? That's really not the right question to ask anyway. You can do all kinds of financial jiggery pokery, that's a weird term, for any sort of corporate service to make it look profitable if you wanted to. You take enough costs out and say that's off the balance sheet, and oh, look, it's profitable now. The real issue for me on things like Game Pass is it healthy for the developer? They're not creating value, putting it in the marketplace, hoping it explodes, and profit sharing and averages and all that nice stuff. It's just you pay me X dollars an hour. I built your game. Here you go. Put it on your servers. I don't think it's really inspiring for game developers. The article continues, we're sure these comments will end up extremely controversial and there will be a lot of hand-wringing over them. While we kind of get the point that Sean Layden is trying to make, is there still incentive for developers to overextend creatively and quantitatively? Not quantitatively, qualitatively. When your product sales potentials intrinsically linked to the number of subscribers who've already paid for it. We imagine most developers will disagree. Ultimately, we think creatives want to deliver compelling products, and in some cases, guaranteed revenue may be a means of enabling them to do that. But it's clear, whatever Microsoft says, its subscription cannot support the size of its development network anyway. That's pretty much the only reason you're seeing it bring basically its entire library to the PS5 at this point. We are sure that the debates will rage on, but Sean Layden's clearly not compromising on his thoughts. He doesn't like the concept of Xbox Game Pass, and we can't imagine anyone's going to change his mind. So, what do you guys think about what Sean Layden said here? I mean, there's no denying that people are going to crush Sean for saying this. I think the only I've seen people pushing back against these comments by saying that, no developer is forced to put their game into Game Pass unless you're a Microsoft first party studio, of course. Most of those studios have agreed to be purchased though. I don't think obviously none of these studios were forcibly taken. That's not how that works. They have to agree to be bought. And the publishers. You guys think he's right? I think it's interesting because I think that the disconnect, and it's not a problem, depends on how you view it, but the disconnect, I believe, with Sean Layden saying this, is that he is once again doing what Sean Layden should do, right? And what other people in these positions who make these comments should do. He's evaluating it from a business standpoint and a creative standpoint, but mostly a business standpoint. And that's what you would expect because he's Sean Layden. He ran the PlayStation business for many years. He was part of the PlayStation business for like 30 plus years. Um, and I saw somebody leave a very simple comment, and the comment was, let me see if I can find it. The comment was, I said it once and I'll say it again. Game Pass is amazing for gamers, but is terrible for the overall health of the gaming industry. And I feel like that's an interesting comment because there might be some truth to that, right? Like people, the biggest defense I've seen for Game Pass is, well, you get day one games from Microsoft. You get a lot of games. Some of them are really good. Others maybe are just okay, or maybe there's some that are not good. But the biggest argument is look at how much you're paying for it. Like, how could you complain? How could you see any negative here? Like, basically, unless you're looking at it from a business standpoint and a business slant, that there's no downside. And I get that. But this is where I also think, these things kind of have a trickle effect, right? Like, no one's ever interested in the business side until they hear about the bad news. This is why when Microsoft was doing those layoffs last month or however long ago it was, I remember I put out a post, or maybe I think I responded to a tweet from somebody. I don't know. I just remember I tweeted out that, like, you're going to see a lot of the same people who are out here championing Game Pass get really upset and condemn Microsoft for what they're doing. And I'm not saying that they shouldn't, but it's just like, guys, Microsoft is basically, they have what would be deemed an unsustainable business model out here for what they're trying to do, what they're trying to, like, the amount of studios they have, the amount of money that goes into the budgets. And I'm not saying it isn't making money. It is making money. And, the argument of whether it's profitable or not, that argument rages on. But we did learn. We did learn that, I don't know, there was like it was back and forth. One day we heard that apparently they're not counting their first party budgets, but then they're like, actually we are. If Xbox loses money, that's their problem. Well, Chris, I feel like that's what a lot of people feel, right? Like, that's Microsoft's money. Who cares? And I'm in agreement with that. Like, yeah, if Microsoft's willing to eat the cost, but that's kind of the problem though, is that it's been proven that Microsoft is not willing to eat the costs. Microsoft's going to cut down costs in other areas. MBG sussed that. Yeah, I'm tweaking, bro. I'm tweaking. Ultimately, when I look at Sean's comments here, he says that developers are going to become wage slaves. I don't know that I agree with that completely, only because I feel like I feel like there's always, and maybe this is why Sean is no longer part of PlayStation. I feel like there's because he talks about, like, the incentive is they want to put out something and they want it to explode and be big, and that's what they're all aiming for. I feel like that is just what it is now. I'm not saying it wasn't always that to a degree, but like now more than ever, it's like, yeah, dude, a lot of studios and a lot of publishers are feeling very uncertain, and they need to play it safe. And I don't know. I mean, I don't think Game Pass, I'm going to tell you why I don't think it's a problem. I used to think it was a problem, but here's why I don't anymore. I used to have this fear that Game Pass was going to take over. And that fear was because, well, like, the way Microsoft marketed it, the way they pushed it, and the way that people seemingly were gravitating towards it. And the only fear I had of it taking over is like, yeah, what does this mean long term? Like, what could a subscription model like Game Pass, what are the deleterious or potential detrimental impacts it could have if Microsoft achieves their goal of becoming the Netflix of gaming? Could there be a degradation in quality? Could there be a degradation in output to a certain degree? Like, could it, when it just becomes about the quality, like not the quality, the quantity of the content, what does that mean? And there were like all these fears, and then years went on, and we are where we are now, where it's just like, well, it didn't take off. It's not taking over. Game Pass exists in the same place that PlayStation Plus does, where it's just supplemental. It's secondary, and it's an option. So to be honest, like whether or not that's sustainable for Microsoft is actually, yeah, I am at that point where it's like that is not my problem. It would have been my problem to a degree, not a problem, but it would have been something I would have had to pay closer attention to if it was taking over. Because whatever they're doing is what Sony's going to do, is what Nintendo's going to do, is what every publisher's going to do. And that is going to be the new norm, the new status quo. But that's not what happened. So, I just feel like if Game Pass has had any detrimental impact, it's likely being felt by studios that, if I had to guess, and it's just a guess, it's likely being felt by studios that were probably going to struggle on the market anyway, with or without Game Pass. Do we have developers going on record saying Game Pass is not good and it hurt our sales? Yes. But do we also have developers saying it was good and it did help their sales? Yes. I think Game Pass, it is disruptive to the market, but I think many things are disruptive to the market. I'm not a Game Pass defender, but I also don't feel as though I have this major criticism towards it anymore either, because I don't see a big future for Game Pass. I just see it being a thing that is there, like PlayStation Plus. Like it's just going to be something that I think it will always have that draw of like you can get day one games, but I don't think the industry, I don't think the market, not the industry, I don't think the market is going to be moving away from buying their video games, or, and this is the most important part, or just sticking with their one or two live service games. That's the important part. Because you could say, well, people are maybe going to start buying less video games if prices go up, spending power goes down. People will buy less games. Yes. Does that mean that they're going to jump to a sub service? Not necessarily. Because why would they need to jump to a sub service like PS Plus or like, especially like Game Pass, right? Because that would be the more appealing one. But why would they do that if it's like, I could just play this free to play live service game that I've already put hundreds of hours into? This will just be what I do now. I think that, I think basically what we're seeing is people have settled on they want to buy games and build libraries and then use subscription services as something to supplement that. And there are people who use it as their main driver, but generally speaking, more like the majority want to use it as supplemental. And this is why I do believe, and I know that this is going to be a controversial take. And Xbox, the Xbots, and all these people who had to stick up their ass about me, that they're not going to like them saying this, but this is why you're going to see Microsoft prioritizing PlayStation and Nintendo more than they will probably Game Pass in the coming years, because Microsoft realizes they're going to sell fucking millions on Sony's console, on Nintendo's console. And Game Pass, yeah, they want that subscriber, but you better believe Microsoft understands at this point that Game Pass is not being treated with the same type of prioritization as it once was, because now Microsoft understands that, wait, we can sell copies of games. Now they're going to try to get the best of both worlds. They're going to still grow Game Pass, But I'm just saying that, like, you know, it's it's one of these things where you sell 3 million copies at full price of a 4-year-old game on PlayStation. Um, Meanwhile, subscription services are kind of stagnating. You know, I think subscription services are growing a little bit, but generally speaking, they've been stagnant for a long time, including PlayStation Plus. I think that the consumer should take advantage of Game Pass if they feel as though it's the best deal for them and that's how they want to play their games. But I just think that generally speaking, if we're talking about the long term and like what's the bigger picture, like what can you expect in the coming years? I mean, look, man, I know people don't like to hear this, and I don't like to be the look. There's a leaker that comes out of the woodwork every now and again. I'm pretty sure it's like Phil Spencer himself. I don't know. Sneakers SO or whatever. This dude's been leaking. Like this guy. I don't know who this person is, but they are like high up in Microsoft. They're very high up. Like they know Microsoft's plans. I mean, you're talking about somebody who seems to be in the board meetings. It's kind of crazy, the information that they're privy to. And every now and again, usually when there's something major going on, like the shift to multi-platform or the recent mass layoffs, this person, this leaker, Sneakers SO, they said that internally Microsoft's plan is to wind down Game Pass. And over the course of the next like 10 years, slowly wind it down. That's what he said, and he has not missed. This is the person that came out and told you Microsoft's going multi-platform in the next couple months. Here are the games that they're bringing. This person is they've been proven that they actually, I don't know where they're getting their I don't know who their source is or if they are just the source. There's somebody inside of Microsoft. And I've tried, I think people would hear that and they're like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, why would they do that? Why would they wind down Game Pass? Why would they even think about that? And I think it's obvious. I think it's obvious. Like, what do you mean? Why would they wind it down? Like, do you think they wouldn't just rather be a publisher that sells video games and not have to worry about keeping that 20 to 25 million that aren't buying their games? Don't you and I get it's like, well, what if they stay subscribed? It's inconsistent. That's the problem. Is the whole idea of the subscription service model being successful and taking over is you need not just 40 million, not just 50 million. You need 70, 80, 90, 100 million people remaining subscribed. Not for a month, not for 2 months, not for 3 months, but for years. And they've thrown Starfield, they've thrown fucking Call of Duty into Game Pass, and it's not doing anything of significance. So you better believe after making a $68 billion investment to put Call of Duty in Game Pass and seeing that it moved the needle by about 1%, you better believe they're like, we should probably prioritize something else because this isn't working. Not in the way that, keep in mind when I say it's not working, Microsoft can keep it working and they can do it for as long as they want. And it's like, hey, if they're losing money, that's on them. They can eat that money. I'm just saying that you're talking about a corporation that's investing billions and billions and billions, tens of billions, hundreds of billions into AI. And part of that is AI for their gaming sector, and they're looking to start replacing certain development roles with AI, just like most other publishers will. It's not just going to be Microsoft. Microsoft's just the first one. They're going to be the one pushing it most aggressively because they're Microsoft. But that's going to trickle down. You think that they just are okay with like, oh yeah, man, we'll just keep supporting Game Pass forever, even if it's not showing any substantial, meaningful growth. Look, I could be wrong, and I am wrong a lot of times. And you know why I'm wrong? Because plans change. that sneakers SO person, you know, could their plan right now to be to slowly wind down Game Pass over the next 10 years? Sure. Sure, it could be. Could that plan change? Yeah, absolutely. Plans change all the time. So, I just think that the conversation around Game Pass, it is a bit tired at this point. It is a bit old, and I think we kind of have all accepted to a degree that it's just here. You know what I mean? It's here. It's not going anywhere anytime soon, and it's an option. It's a viable option that people use. But I always think it should be important for people to recognize that even with Game Pass existing, Microsoft needs to sell video games. And even with Game Pass existing, they had to lower the price of their game that they actually raised. They raised the price of their game, The Outer Worlds 2, to 80. People questioned why the hell would you do that? Who the hell would pay $80 for that? Xbox said it's a genius 4D chess move because it's going to make people flock to Game Pass. And then you see that actually no, they really thought people were going to buy that game at $80 and they were relying on people buying that game at $80 and they found out nobody's pre-ordering it and they had to lower it back down to 70. What does that tell you? It tells you they need the sales. In fact, they probably need the sales more than they need the subscription. Somebody paying $70 for a copy of Outer Worlds 2 at this point is more valuable, obviously, than somebody subscribing for a month for $20 to then unsub when they're done playing Outer Worlds 2 for a month. That concept should not be difficult to grasp. And I understand that people are like, well, you stay subscribed for more games that are coming, for the monthly drops and the first party games. And it's like, yeah, but their gaming genres are so different, Like, this is why I'm saying I don't think there can be a Netflix-like model for gaming that succeeds, because what are you asking from a viewer on Netflix? Or something like Spotify, but we'll just stick with Netflix. What are you asking? Well, we're going to keep dropping new stuff every month, okay? And we're hoping that there's something there that you like and that you want to play. Or not play, you want to watch. You're asking them to just watch something for maybe 20 minutes to figure out if they're into it or not. And even if they sit there for the whole 2.5, like hour and a half, 2 hours for the movie, and then I wasn't really that into it, wasn't really worth it. Games are inherently different because games are not asking you to do that. Games are asking you to get settled in, learn the mechanics of this game, and engage deeply with this game, and figure out if you like it. And this is why people are so picky with games, because games. I'm not saying people can't just jump in and out of games. They can. But generally speaking, it's agreed upon that games ask more of you. They ask more of you. So it's understandable. It's reasonable to think that because this entertainment medium is automatically asking more of you, and you're presented with a shit ton of options, you're still going to be, you know what I mean? You're still going to think hard about, do I really want to install that game and try it? I mean, that's what you're seeing, that behavior. Literally, you're seeing that behavior in front of you. I understand a lot of people are like, well, subscribe to Game Pass to try out games. And that's smart. But at the same time, it's like, I don't know, man. With the way I see people talk about games, people seem to make up their mind pretty quick. People sit there and they watch a 2-minute gameplay trailer and they're like, oh, yeah, I'm good. I don't need to play it. Or they see a 2-minute gameplay trailer like, oh, I fucking need to play that day one. There are a lot of games where people are like, I got to see more. I got to try, it'd be nice to try it. Hopefully I get a demo. Those exist too. But if what I'm seeing and what I've seen for years is anything to go by, people basically make up their mind after they see gameplay. And that's another thing that makes video games different from TV and movies and music, right? Is that you see a trailer for a movie and that's what you determine. That's what you use to determine if I want to watch it or not. And that's it. It's phase 1, watch the trailer, and then phase 2 is you either watch the movie or you don't. There's like 3 phases to games. Phase 1 is here's the non-gameplay trailer. And this is why gamers kind of can't stand CG trailers, or they don't like cinematic trailers, because that's always phase one. And then phase two is the one that's the most important, which is, okay, maybe you had a good, really sick looking cinematic trailer. What about the gameplay? And then they show the game, but that gameplay trailer, that's the one that determines if they're going to play the game or not, most of the time. But in gaming, I would say there's even more. There's actually 4 phases. The fourth phase or the third phase, I would say, is the review cycle. Yes, there are movie reviews. Yes, there are music reviews. But it seems that maybe it's just me that feels this way. Maybe it's because I pay really close attention to the games industry. But it seems like people put way more importance on reviews in video games than they do other forms of media. That seems to be the case from what I can tell. Where it seems like people are way more tuned into what's the Metacritic score, what did IGN give it or whatever, or what did what did Skill Up say about it? Did he recommend it or not? Or ACG? It seems like people are way more attuned to that. I could be wrong. Maybe it's just as much for movies. I just don't notice because I don't pay as much attention. So I could be wrong about that. But there's like 3 fucking phases, and I feel like Game Pass probably sits in between phase 3 and 4. It sits in between the review cycle and the purchase, where it's like, okay, well, maybe that is what Game Pass is. That is what PlayStation Plus is that's where it sits. It adds another phase, another layer of, like, in case you still really are unsure if you want to buy this game, if it's in the subservice, you can actually pay a lower price, try it out, and try other games as well. And if you don't like it, you unsub. But Amani B saying NFL puts their games in subs. Why is it so bad? Game Pass is bad? No, it's not that Game Pass is one of these things that can be good, it can be bad. It's a double-edged sword. I mean, it's like, $70 games can be bad if they don't if gamers don't deem it worth $70, right? Like, we've seen bad $70 games. You look at something like Mind's Eye, and it's like, people wouldn't even want to play that shit if it was in a subservice, and you got people out here thinking that people are going to pay full price for that. And it's like, no, dude, it's not that it's bad. It's that there are pros and cons. And look, man, I just think that people I think people are gonna people are in the process, I should say. People are in the process of beginning to understand and accept that there are going to be more options than ever. There are currently more options than ever before, but that will continue to grow in in the games industry. But we will never be able to get away from, in my opinion, I'll just say never. Never is a strong word. Never say never, right? It seems unlikely that any time remotely soon, I can't predict what 25 years from now looks like, bro. I don't know. But at least in the next 5, even I would say 10. I'd say in the next decade, probably much longer than that, if I had to guess. You're not going to see just a mass exodus of people not buying games. I think you will see a diminishing, you will see a decay, is what I think you will see. I think we are beginning to see a decay. You will see people buying less games. You will see fewer winners. You will see fewer risks, and it will be because of that slow decay. And that decay, there's like so many things working towards it, right? Like, so like, why would that decay exist? It exists because, like I said, economically speaking, things are kind of getting fucked up, you know? People have less spending power. People have to penny pinch a little bit more, maybe a lot more in some cases. Maybe people used to be able to buy games. Now it's like, you know what? This is actually a problem if I buy this game. They have the budget. There's that. There's, like I said, games $70 single player games are now fighting against, well, you gonna stop playing Fortnite or GTA Online for a little bit to buy this game and then play this game instead for like, you know, 25 hours, and then you can go back to Fortnite. So that didn't used to exist, by the way. You know, like people used to play games, those games would end, and then they would be anticipating the next one. Now they're playing games that don't end and actually give them free content, an incentive to not leave. You know? Armani B, you're saying Game Pass made $5 billion. Sony brags about PS Plus. Game Pass bad? Game Pass bad? Hmm? 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 No. Sony, listen, I got clipped like a week ago saying something about Game Pass or Microsoft like not showing their Game Pass numbers, their subscriber numbers. And I got clipped and the Xbox fanboys went crazy on me. And they look like fucking idiots because it's like, dude, in the same sentence, I informed everybody that Sony does the same thing with PlayStation Plus because PlayStation Plus is declining in subscribers. Not increasing, declining. That's right. They're not growing. They're growing in percentages because they're getting regular PS Plus subscribers to go to extra and to go to premium. So there's your increase. That's the number we show investors. And that's growth. And they'll be happy with that. But the reality is Sony peaked with PS Plus subscribers. And they're still the number one service in terms of like subscribers, but the growth isn't there. You know? And what I'm trying to say, Armani, is that like it's not so much about the money that's being made, because of course it's making revenue. Like PlayStation Plus is making large quantities of revenue. So is Game Pass. Because we are talking about subscribers in the millions. And yes, a lot of them are staying subscribed and you're going to rake in the money. But it's about, you know, just like when we talk about Sony being a revenue leader at $31 billion made in a fiscal year, it's like, well, what do the profits look like? Because that's what's going to matter to the company. That's what's going to be the main determining factor and whether or not they're successful or not. You know, it basically works the same way with these sub-services. The fact of the matter is if Sony put their exclusive games or their first-party games day one into PS Plus, PS Plus would lose them unfathomable amounts of money. So, like Sony would lose money on every one of their games, like large quantities of money. So then the revenue would be high. To be clear, the revenue would be high, but when you stack that up against, so how much did you pay to make this game? How much did this game cost to make? Oh, $200 million, and you just dropped it on your subservice day one. Oh. You know, like it's going to be real hard to make those numbers work in your favor. And those numbers have to be like the subscriber numbers would have to be ridiculously high in order for that to work in Sony's favor. And, you know, the same logic applies to Microsoft. Do you think that PS Plus Extra and Premium subs spend more money than those that don't and only buy games once in a while? It's a good question. I'm not sure. I mean, I want to say probably not, because you have to. What the sub-services are stacked up against is, okay, so like, what is the traditional way of engaging with video games? The traditional way is you just buy games at full price. And really what Sony and Microsoft and Nintendo want, and Valve, is we want you to buy a lot of games. Not just like one or two. We want you to buy a lot. You know, of course, there's always going to be people who just buy one or two games a year, but, you know, like the idea is we want those people like us. I mean, like me, where it's like, I'm maybe not exactly like me. There are definitely people who buy a lot more games than me, but the person who's always buying the next game and always looking forward to buying the next game, you know? You also have to take into account that like games have gotten bigger. You know, games have more meat on the bone than ever before. And that requires more time. Games are deeper than ever before. So these are all, there's so many things working against the traditional model. It's completely understandable why publishers and platform holders are trying to find not ways, to get away from that model, but other growth vectors that could potentially mitigate any loss. Or you're saying this is exactly where Nintendo wins? I mean, that's the thing, dude. Yeah. Yeah, Nintendo, I don't know, Nintendo, even though they're like third in total revenue, they know how to work it. You know what I mean? Like they know how to make it so that we're going to make sure that the attach rate for the Switch is absurd. You know? It's going to be absurd. Why didn't Sony put Helldivers 2 on PS Plus to boost MAUs? It will be eventually. That's a good question, Armani. I keep calling you Armani. It's Amani. That is a good question. And I think they will do that. It's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. I think that what Sony wants to do is extract as many sales as they can out of Helldivers. I think Sony is hesitant to, like, because you could ask the question, you could take it a step further. Why not just make the game free to play if MAUs are all that matters? And that's where the truth is revealed. And I try to explain to people that, like, Sony can say something like, we're more focused on MAUs than we are sales. Yeah, that doesn't translate to we don't care about sales anymore. That's not what they're saying. What they're saying is we're going to get the best of both worlds, if possible. Sales are what we have. MAUs are what we're going to have, and those two are going to go hand in hand. That's what Sony's doing right now. It's why they won't make their, like, dude, you're talking about the same company that was like, we're going to make Destruction All-Stars $70. And they got humbled real quick where it's like, no, you're not. No, you're fucking not. And they're like, okay, well, Helldivers $40. Helldivers is the fastest selling first party Sony game of all time. And the sales that they get from Xbox are just going to add on to that. And then eventually they might be able to get the game Helldivers 2 that is running on Switch 2. And then they will get $40 sales on Switch 2. And then years later, when nobody's buying Helldivers anymore, you make it free to play. That's what PUBG did, by the way. PUBG sold their game for $30 for years until eventually people stopped. Everybody, they reached their full sales potential. Nobody was buying PUBG anymore. Then they make it free to play. That's what Sony's going to do, I guarantee you, with Helldivers and all of their live service games. Because while MAUs are their priority, they're not literally going to just... If Sony wanted MAUs, they would make Helldivers free to play on literally every device right now. And they would get the most MAUs they've ever had. But that doesn't necessarily equate to them, to making the most amount of money. Right? So, look, I know that for a lot of people, they don't care about the business side. And to be honest, I don't necessarily think you have to care about the business side. But it's just for those people, for anybody who is passionate about the video game industry and playing video games, you might want to have some level of understanding or try to see where things are going. Because, if you're not paying attention to it at all, these companies will rip you off, as much as they can. These companies want ignorant consumers. They thrive on that. And there are ignorant consumers, and that's fine. It's like what they say, what you don't know can't hurt you. But if you do know, or, if you want to know and you want to be knowledgeable, I think it's important to pay attention to this stuff. Because the thing I try to tell people is that, like, it's like when you look at Microsoft, and you see all these games getting canceled, studios shuttering, games getting canceled, projects being annihilated, thousands of developers being let off. I'm like, this shouldn't be even a little bit surprising to anybody at all. Because it's like, guys, if the consumer's not going to pay and the corporation's not going to pay, who the fuck's going to pay then? Well, there you go. there you go. The studios are going to pay. And to be fair, there are situations where it's like, well, maybe some of those studios need to pay. You can't just carry dead weight. If a studio isn't producing, if a studio isn't actually, doing their job in a way that they need to and should consistently, like if they're consistently failing or struggling and it's just not changing, then yeah, there is like they should pay the price to a degree, right? Where it's like, come on, I mean, we're not Microsoft nor Sony nor any of these publishers are charities. But when you see it done to such an extreme degree, like we've been seeing throughout the industry, not just Microsoft. I mean, Microsoft, I think, is the worst, but across the board, we've been seeing it done to such an extreme degree. It's like we do have to kind of question, like, what exactly is going on here? And it's the revenue race, it's the profit race. I don't know, things have changed on the business side. Josh, you sent a direct. All right, hold on one sec, buddy. Thank you for that, man. You're saying here, I missed your Battlefield 6 stream today. I trust you were filling those dirtbag maggots with the big mama kaboom. I can't wait to let a couple fly tonight. Hell yeah, bro. Hell yeah, Josh. I mean, I'm not going to lie. I was struggling a little bit, but I had some streaks, man. I had some solid streaks on that gameplay. And if you all remember, I recommend checking it out. It was a good time. We were playing the Rush game mode. They just released that. It's really fun. All right. Josh, aka Moonshot, thank you for the direct donation, man. You sound hyped. MBG Animal Crossing probably had a budget of 20 to 25 million, but sold 50 million copies at $60 a pop. That's kind of insane if you think about it. It is. It is. And Gems, take care, buddy. Thanks for hanging out. Look, I don't know. Everybody has their convictions and their beliefs about certain things in the games industry, and people have noticed that I've softened on a lot of mine, but the reason I've softened on so many of them is because I realized that, man, like the things that you begin to really hang your hat on and you feel so sure of it, and you realize that just out of nowhere, it's like, well, actually, no. And it goes to like the biggest thing to learn from that is that these companies would have you believe that, oh yeah, trust us. Like, trust us. We are committed. To then the next moment you just find out that actually what they just did is the opposite of what they would have had you believe. Now, granted, it's different with each company. Some companies do it a lot quicker than others. Some companies pivot way faster, they're way more agile in that sense. But that to me is where it's like, like the big argument right now. I mean, we're talking about like subscription services, but the big conversation that still lingers is exclusivity. Soften, you think I've been on the attack on Xbox? You think so? What have I been attacking? Do you really think so? Is that how it's coming off? I mean, maybe it is coming off that way. I mean, look, man, I think Game Pass, maybe I didn't make myself, I don't know, maybe I didn't make it clear. All right, I'll put it to you this way. Game Pass is, I think, irrelevant to the greater conversation. And I know that I understand how that maybe sounds bad, but that's actually not a bad thing. Like, I'm saying that anything that people were worried about with Microsoft, I don't think I think it's irrelevant now, dude. Like, because everything I thought, and I think what many people thought, and some people still do think this way, is that, dude, Microsoft is trying to flip the industry on its head. And I think at a certain point they were, to be fair. I think at a certain point, Microsoft was like, we are going to uproot this industry and flip. We're going to be so disruptive, nobody's even going to know what to do. And I think that was a thing that occurred for a certain period of time. And then I think it was around the time that they wanted to buy Activision. Everything changed. Where it's like, you know what, actually, you don't have to worry about us. Like, we're not flipping anything. We're buying in. We're buying in. We're not on the attack. We're not on the offensive. We're buying in. And the last 2.5 years has shown that that's what Microsoft is doing. And that is why you see Sony smiling, grinning, and waving at Microsoft now. Like, hey, bud, you're one of our biggest money makers. And Microsoft is like, hey, Sony, they're like very neighborly now. Like, oh, Sony, how's it going, buddy? Yeah, look at all this money we just made on your platform, bro. This is fantastic. And they're on their yachts, like, and the reason I'm framing it that way is because before, what we thought is that Microsoft was going to literally try to condense Sony and spend them out of business. I mean, that was leaked in emails and shit. Like, that was what we thought, because that was the energy they were giving off. But once Satya Nadella and the board of Microsoft really took over Xbox and turned it into Microsoft Gaming, you realize that they're just like, fuck all that. We're not dealing with that. We're just going to be the biggest publisher in gaming, and that's that. And we're going to make the most money eventually doing that. And that's it. And you know what? Sony is not our enemy. They are our partner. They're going to help us get there. And so will Nintendo. And so will Steam and Valve. And that's why I like, basically, once they I'm not going to say they waved the white flag. I know that's because that's again, that's kind of framing it in the console, in the competitive aspect. Microsoft stopped playing the game, dude. They're like, actually, you know what? Like, I want you to think of it like this. Microsoft was like a team on the field playing the other team. And then they were like, we're just going to actually, we're going to get off the field and we're just going to buy that team and have them play for us. That's what they did. That's what they did. And it worked. It fucking worked. It's working really well for them. And so, you know what I think the truth is? I think people want me to be on the attack with Xbox. I think it's both PlayStation and Xbox fans. Like, I see these Xbox people where they get so butthurt about the littlest thing I say. And I'm like, what the fuck are you, like, why are you getting that upset over what I just said about Xbox? And I think it's because that's what they want. That, like, I think there's a lot of these people where they're projecting, where like, this is what they want. They want to believe that Microsoft is out here winning. And it's like, dude, there is no winning. There is no losing. These are corporations raking in the fucking dough. The moment the competition ended is the moment that these companies started making the most fucking money they ever have. You know what I mean? So it's like, any criticism I'm giving towards Microsoft is not criticism and here's how it affects Sony. Maybe when we talk about something like Xbox Magnus, yeah, I mean, that naturally it's going to go in that direction, because that's inevitable. But it's like, bro, I don't understand what people are getting their panties in a twist over. Like, why are people so sensitive about any criticism of Game Pass? Like, I don't fucking get it. Like, dude, I will criticize Sony's own fucking first-party games. I will criticize Sony. I will criticize PS Plus. I criticize everything Sony does, except for the things that I like and I think they're doing right. But you say one word about Game Pass, and it's like, like, wait, I don't get it. What are you so upset about? If you're so secure in how good Game Pass is, why would one person questioning it get you so ruffled? I don't understand that. And it's like, well, because this is what people want. This is what the Sony ponies want. They want Game Pass to go away. They want Game Pass to die. And I'm like, there are those people out there, but it's like, really? Like, because I'm not seeing that really anywhere much anymore. I see people say they hate Microsoft. I see people say they hate Xbox. I really don't see people going in on game. Like, the reason why I think Sean Layden's comments are kind of coming out of left field is because it's like, I'm not going to lie. I had to look at the date of this article, and I was like, is this from a couple years ago? Like, no, this was recent. And I just think people, I'll be honest, I think people want to see the war between Microsoft and Sony continue, man. I do. I really do. I think there's there's the veterans, the veterans from the Xbox One and the PS4 generation, and maybe even prior to that. But you know, there's the veteran console warriors that I think they've taken this new approach of like we're like they're being super condescending, super arrogant, but doing so as if we want everybody to love gaming. And it's like, no, dude, you want to suck off Microsoft, and that's what you've been doing. That's what you're doing now, and you want everybody to do it too. That's and it's like, well, isn't that what you want for Sony? Like, dude, I'm over here literally telling you that Sony's gonna raise the price of the PS5, and you need to be prepared. And if you want to send a message to them, don't give them your fucking money and say fuck you. That's what I've been saying. You know, it's like, but no MBG, you're just an ex. Like, dude, I don't get it, man. I don't get. It's over. It's over. I didn't say Hellblade 2 is coming home. I didn't fucking say that. You know who said that? The actress who plays the character in the game. She said that, man. I don't get it. Wait, hold on. Oh, hold on. Why is it crashing? Trent Johnson says you can't handle criticism. I agreed with the take someone had. And here you are talking about, bro, you fragile. Quit tripping. Ain't that you? Oh, that was to gaming. Okay. Don't make me moderate right now. Venino says Epic is cracking front stores and UE5 is a monopoly. Yeah, what Epic's doing with the storefronts is fascinating. It's going to be really interesting to see how that plays out. That's super fascinating. And yeah, UE5 is kind of it is a little bit of a monopoly, a little bit. I mean, I get it, man. I know I'm giving the wrong people attention even by talking about it, but it's just like I don't understand. Like, what is everybody so upset about still? You know, like I think to be honest, I just think that there's people who still think that somehow it's like Sony's losing and Microsoft's winning, or Microsoft's winning and Sony's losing, or the player bases or whatever. Oh, hello, Luna. Like the Sony player base is losing. Like, dude, the Sony player base is fine, man, and enjoying their shit. It's like, well, the Xbox player base is losing, and it's like they seem pretty fine. It seems like a lot of people are leaving. It seems like a lot of people are just. It seems like people are just kind of realizing, like, wait, I can kind of go anywhere, almost anywhere, and it's fine. It's like, yeah, like maybe except if you want Nintendo games. But to be fair, like, I don't want to tell somebody like, yeah, man, just go fucking go to Xbox or go to PC and you'll get Ghost of Yotei. Like, I don't know. I'm not going to tell you that because I don't know. But there's people out here like with their fucking thumbnails being like, here's every PlayStation game with an Xbox version. Like, you know what I mean? Like they're like putting like the fucking box art and shit. And I get it. It's because it's like I understand that was done to you with Xbox, and it was like, you know, what was once just a Photoshop has now become the reality. And I get that it seems like PlayStation will do that too, and maybe they will. Oh, thanks a lot, Luna. Really? Luna knocking down the play button. Here you go. Luna's like, "Where's my treats?" Boss, you already got plenty, man. You're good. For 25 years, PlayStation and Xbox have been sharing the same 180 million console players every generation. Well, that's what I mean, man. I just think people need to like listen, man, these people, they'll be quick to ask I'm worried about PlayStation Studios. I'm worried about PlayStation Studios, and I'm worried about, you know, the direction they're going in, or their games, or this or that. Like, you know, they'll have that concern. But then when, like, you know, when Sean Layden says something about Game Pass, it's like, shut the fuck up, Sean. Why you hate Game Pass? Huh? Why you hate saving money? It's like, dude, come on. Like, if we're gonna have better conversations in this space, we have to be willing to hear. Like, for example, when it comes to like Ghost of Yotei, Sony's upcoming game, um, I see a lot of hype. I see a lot of criticism, and I listen to the criticism openly. I'm like, I want to know, like, what. Now, granted, it is a little bit difficult because there's a lot of special criticism, is what I'll call it. That is definitely not, should not be taken seriously. Um, and it creates a lot of distortion and extra noise. But like, an example is Sony shows off 40 seconds of new Ghost of Yotei gameplay, and some people are like, what's up with the enemy AI? Why does this look too easy? Why does it look like they're barely reacting? Valid criticism. Valid question. Oh, Garrett, thank you. Thank you for that, man. That's a valid question, and a valid concern, and a valid criticism. The answer could potentially be, well, they're probably not playing on the hardest difficulty. They're probably actually playing on a easier difficulty to, you know, make it look more cinematic and look, you know, cooler and shit. Chances are, if you play this game, if you try to replicate that on the hardest difficulty, it's not going to look like that. It's going to be way harder. Possibly. We could be wrong. Maybe the AI is just that stupid. So there is a valid concern there of, like, you know, is this game going to be mega easy and a breeze? Because people want some level of challenge. A non-valid criticism is, why is this female killing all those dudes? She seems too strong. Like, the fuck? Like, dude, what's it matter? Like, there's plenty of video games where dudes are doing shit that no dude should be able to do. But you don't say anything then, do you? It's fucking, it's like some of the most dumbass shit. And that's what I'm saying, where it's like, or another valid criticism towards Ghost of Yotei, right? And this is one that I'm curious to see myself. People saying it looks too similar to Tsushima. It looks like a DLC. I had people say that to me about God of War Ragnarok, and they're fucking idiots. So I'm sorry. I'm not saying it's not, like, it was a valid. It was hard to take that criticism or that concern seriously, because it's like, what are you talking about? But I get it. People are trying, like, it's like, it looks very samey. And I get that. But, like, that doesn't equate to DLC. Like, have you not heard, like, what is a sequel, buddy? Do you know what a sequel is? You know? And I don't know, man. I just think that there is a lot of very stupid people. Stupid people have more of a voice than they ever have, unfortunately. Stupid, ignorant, or even just, maybe they're not stupid, maybe they're not ignorant, they're just assholes. They have more of a voice than ever before. And man, they're just getting louder. And that's why I try to, you know, when you're looking through criticism, you got to be really careful to what's valid criticism coming from a reasonable place versus what's just people being trolls or dickheads or ignorant, you know? Because, God, man, she'll be killing a 300-pound Mongolian man. Bro. Well, we'll see about that one. We'll see about that one. It depends on how she does it. Jumps on the back, goes for the neck. Okay. You know, flips that dude over her shoulder. You know, I'm going to, even if Jin Sakai did some shit like that, I'm going to be like, what's going on, bro? That ain't real. That's not even remotely realistic. We have Veneno, or we have Walroar and Veneno Walroar with the $2 chat says, congratulations on the play button. Well deserved. Been here since the ABK days. Still can't believe you don't like cheese. I like some cheese. I know what you're saying, though. I hear you, Walroar. Thank you, bro. Thank you. I appreciate that. We also have, let me see. Oh, wait, sorry. You did, Vinino, yours was the super chat that I read already. My bad. You're saying they need to drop the victim complex. Yeah, I mean, look, man, I think that the problem is, look, man, the problem is I think it's just I make this same mistake, you know. And I feel bad because like the trick is you can't validate these individuals. And unfortunately, this is where we are in our society now, and the internet plays probably the biggest role. Where it's like, if this person over here is yelling something, if they're not yelling, they're just talking very confidently, very matter of fact. Oh, Lady Gamer says she accidentally timed this person out. All right, no big deal. It was, yeah, I think it was just a time. I don't think you banned him or anything. It was just an accidental timeout. Okay, he what he said was fine. It's all good, bro. No worries, no worries. There was an accidental timeout. Lady Gamer's clarifying. She hit the wrong button. I'm just trying to. I guess the point that I'm trying to make here is that if there's somebody chiming in and giving their 2 cents on here's what I think, and they're talking very matter of factly, they're talking very confidently, but it turns out that a lot of people determine like that guy doesn't know what he's talking about. That guy is ignorant. He's just flat out dumb, or annoying, salty, whatever it is, right? That people deem. The problem isn't that, because that's exists everywhere. The problem is that people, when they see that, they're like, let's prop it up. Do you understand what I'm saying? It's like, let's prop it up. Let's put it out there for everybody to see. And let's make them the center of attention. And this happens everywhere. And social media has encouraged this behavior, which is what's made it so much worse. And this is why the rage bait and the antagonizing is just, it's through the fucking roof, man. And the drama and the entertainment factor from that. Because it is entertaining. But you have to think about how productive it actually is, right? And the truth is it's very reductive, because it's like, well, this person is like more known than ever before now, you know? And it's like, if somebody who has influence and somebody who has the ability to draw attention to someone or something, if they never put that spotlight on that person's opinion or that person or that random tweet or whatever it is, hardly anybody would have ever seen it or noticed. And there would have just faded into nothingness, right? Into the void. But the fact that they do that, it's a vicious cycle of the people, the trolls or the bad actors, when they realize that they're going to notice me, it encourages it. And there's this, it's a toxic dynamic is what I'm saying. And it exists everywhere on the internet these days. And even I fall into that trap. Again, like I'm sitting here talking about some of the most moronic takes for Ghost of Yote. And it's like, wrong. There are no moronic takes because we're not entertaining the moronic takes. They don't exist. The only takes that are going to exist in this space are reasonable takes. both for or against the game, you know? And that's where I need to do a better job, admittedly. And I fail frequently. So I apologize for that. I challenge you to oppose off. Malstein? Imestein? I'm sorry if I just destroyed your name, buddy. But you say here, you're a member for 2 months and you use your chat to say, I've been playing on Xbox since the Xbox One gen, but I lost interest paying for Game Pass. It really gets expensive. I prefer to purchase the game. What? What? Oh my God! This is what? This can't be. No, I'm just kidding, bro. I'm just being an asshole. Like, I think that it, like, what you just said there is like, yeah, dude, I'm the exact same way and always have been. Now, granted, it sounds like you were subscribed to Game Pass for some time, but it's interesting to me. Like, my only assumption with what you're saying here is that you said it gets too expensive. A lot of people feel as though it's worth it, like the yearly subscription, because of how much they play. My assumption is you're similar to me and a lot of other people, where it's like you kind of have an idea of what you want, of what you like and what you want, right? And you're not probably getting the same value out of something like a yearly Game Pass subscription that somebody else might. Not to say that they don't know what they want, but that they're very much open to like, oh, just, yeah, I maybe I will play all of these games or half of these games. Because for me, I'm not even subscribed to PS Plus Extra because I'm like, I'm good, dude. Like, I don't need all that. I could look through that catalog and decide which games I definitely want to buy and which games I'm on the fence about. And if I really had the capacity to play all of those games that I was interested in, I would maybe subscribe and try them before I buy. But that's my guess, you know? I see somebody in the chat saying, yo, thanks for the gifted membership. Yeah, dude, we had people showing up today. We had people really showing up today. Still insane. Like, I can't believe it. MBG, he just attacked Xbox. Oh, no. Oh, no. My voice is cracking. What are we going to do? I don't know, guys. How dare you say that about Xbox? That's my Game Pass. I don't know. I don't even know what voice even is that. I'm hyperventilating. I need a paper bag. Sony, dude. I can't listen, man. I know there's PlayStation players that don't want to hear me say this, but listen, man. I don't know if Sony's going to do it. I hope that they fucking announce Spider-Man for Xbox. You want to know why? Because I want to see what happens when everybody's disarmed. Like, people are more aggressive than ever before. Gaming Survivor, you know what I'm talking about, bro. A lot of you know what I'm talking about. People are out here on these streets. They're like more aggressive than ever before. And they're like, a lot of them are trying to be passive, where it's just jokes, or it's not meant to be taken seriously, or if you're the guy in the room taking it seriously, you're doing it wrong. It's like, what are you talking about? Hold on one second. Sorry, I'm just I'm just on alert mode, No, what I was trying to say is like, I just want to see when it's like, all right, guys, you literally can't argue about this anymore. You can't say that, you know what I mean? Like, it's just, You can't fight about it anymore. I just want to know what happens to the people who are out here being so aggressive. And something tells me like it won't actually change anything. You know what I mean? Like they'll just find a way. On see that, dude. This is crazy. This is what I mean. People will still, yeah, they will still argue about it because you know what it is. You know what it is. It's the gaslighting. It's the like. What's up with people antagonizing and pretending they're not antagonizing? Like, what's up with people trying to play innocent, or if not innocent, basically being like, well, you know, and I like, I understand it's like, well, the only people that are going to get upset. I'm just saying, like, I'm seeing more and more people reduce themselves because others are doing it. And it's like, why are you trying to, like, you're spending your time trying to troll and passive aggressively antagonize a group of people that you look down upon? What does that say about you and your character? You know what it tells me? It tells me you're a fucking loser. That's what it tells me. It was getting knocked over. I know. I know. I'll have to figure it out. And look, man, like, I know that sounds rude of me to say. It sounds rude of me to say, but it's like, look, man, I get it. Like, I get people like Rich Rod coming in here, getting all aggressive and shit and name dropping. And, you know, I come across these people sometimes and I'm like, you know, man, like, I don't condone what Rich Rod's saying or his behavior. He's definitely getting like way out of pocket, and that's not the direction I want people to go in. Rich Rod is not he's not the example to follow. But there's a part of me, like, I kind of get why he's so bothered, because people recognize that shit. They recognize, like, oh, wait a second, you're a fucking asshole. You know, like you are out here smiling ear to ear, making it seem like you're such a happy, nice person. But then you look and you see like how they're rolling in the mud. But then when they're done, they're like, I am above that. I am better than that. I look down upon those who roll in the mud. Meanwhile, they're fucking covered in it. And this is what I'm saying, where it's like, this is where we are. This is what we've been reduced to. This. Like, well, we can't have these people rolling around the mud like this and ruining it for everybody. It's like, dude, if you're so above it, it shouldn't even be something you notice. And you're diving in head first, screaming while you're doing it. You love the mud. That's the thing, man. They love the mud. This is why I'm saying the projection of the console war, like, and I get it. People are going to say, well, what about you, MBG? Because that's what, it's always the whataboutism, right? What about you, MBG? Don't you like the console war? Like, dude, I've never once said I'm not console warring or haven't been console warring. The difference was I was fucking right. I was fucking right. I left Xbox because they were dog shit. And everybody knew it. And PlayStation was better. And the only way Xbox got better was by spending a lot of money to not be dog shit anymore. It's just that by the time they did that, they're like, you know what? We actually kind of don't care about selling the console anymore. Come to think of it. That's the funny part about it all. Is that, like, I'm seeing these people, like, I don't know, man. I don't know. It just, it's not that it perplexes me. because that would make it seem like I don't know what's going on or I don't understand. I do. I think these people are these people you see, they're wolves in sheep's clothing. And frankly, they're not even really wolves. They're jokers, man. Like they are clowns. You know? They are clowns. And I think everybody's just kind of embraced this notion where it's like, well, what if we just start taking the clownery seriously? Like let's be clowns earnestly. And if enough people do that, are we really clowns? It's like, yeah, you still are. Again, you're still in the mud. That mud does make that YouTube money, though, right? Yeah, no, not even just the YouTube money, but like, I don't know, man. I'm catching strays out here left and right. I'm seeing PlayStation players getting mad at me on Twitter because I'm asking questions. I'm asking people questions about like Spider-Man 3 and shit. I'm seeing PlayStation people like getting mad. It's like, what the fuck is going on? Like, why are you getting mad at me asking about Spider-Man 3? You know? Like I'm catching strays from known content creators because I put out a post where I'm like, yeah, Sony still cares a lot about the console and is gonna sell. They want to sell tens of millions of units. And I'm like, here's the direct quote from Sony and what they said. Like, yeah, I like that is what they said. Does what I just said does that make it any less true? No. And then you do a follow-up tweet pretty much saying exactly what I said? Wow. Gee, I wonder why you're here. It's obvious. It's crazy. It's crazy. But that's the way it is. Oh, that guy. Dildo man. Dude, that's all I see. Bro, that's all I see, man. Oh my god. Come on, you gotta leave. You can't keep scratching the door like that. Can you call Leia? Or Luna, I mean? Oh, that's fine. Okay. Come on. All right, boss is coming now. It's over. It's fine. I'm not doing this. God damn. Gaming Survivor says, I've seen you catch strays for PlayStation criticism. You're saying you've even caught strays for just saying some neutralish criticism to PlayStation. Yeah, well, you know what the weirdest thing to me is? This is the weirdest thing, right? Like, a lot of people are basically framing it that Sony's going in the direction that Microsoft is, and they're basically copying Microsoft. Sony's basically copying Microsoft, right? And I see a lot of like big Xbox players and Xbox sided people, essentially. It's like clear, like you align with Xbox, you prefer Xbox and what Microsoft's doing and all that, and that's fine. Nothing wrong with that. But they say this, but then they make it seem like it's just weird that they take this angle where it's like, and that's a good like, haha, what now? Sony is copying Microsoft and following them. It's like, well, shouldn't that make you like them a lot more? You see what I'm saying? Like, if you've been sitting here preaching that Microsoft is doing the right thing and the better thing, and that it's only a matter of time till Sony follows, then if Sony does follow, then that means you should suddenly like them a lot more, right? Luna, why are you meowing like that? I tried to let you. You don't want to leave. Gaming Survivor gets it. Yeah, I mean, look, don't get me wrong. I understand, like, things change. People have a change of heart. They have a change of mind. Opinions change all the time. But just some of the stuff that I observe, it's like, I don't know, man. Like, one of the things that I've seen, and it's kind of weird, is you know, Contraband, a 2021 Xbox game that was just announced. Not just announced. It was just announced it was canceled. There was a game, an Xbox funded, Xbox published, first party, open world co op game made by Avalanche called Contraband that was announced in 2021. And it was just announced that it was canceled. And I'm going to be honest, like, I'm not necessarily looking for this stuff. This is where it just kind of pops up on Twitter. And I shit you not, some of the most vocal people on the Xbox side of things are they're talking more about Spider-Man coming to PlayStation and PlayStation going multi-platform than they are about one of the games from their own, like, their preferred studio family or whatever getting canceled. And I don't think that's a bad thing by itself, where it's like, okay, so you're more interested in what Sony's doing, and it makes for a more interesting conversation than a game getting canceled. I totally get that. But like, to frame it in the way where it's like, oh, this is good. And it's exactly what you're saying, Tarnished. It's exactly what you're saying. Exactly. That's what that's the most fucked up part of it. Is that when you realize that these people you're dealing with, you could turn to them and say, you're 100% right, actually. No. Actually, I don't disagree with what you're saying. I agree with you. And I actually don't even have an argument. If you disarm them, they're going to get even more upset, and they're going to get even more aggressive, because that's the last thing they want, is to be disarmed. And that's the truth. Not for everybody, but for a lot of these people in this space. The moment you disarm them, they don't know what else to do. They don't know what else to do. And I'm not trying to blame these people 100%, because if I'm being totally fair, it's not 100% their fault. It's the way things are. It's not exclusive to the gaming space. It's not exclusive to YouTube or Twitter or any one place or one genre of content. It's everywhere. People have they've woken up to the fact that the more drama that you can stir up, and the more back and forth, and the more you can keep bashing each other over the head, and who's going to get more hits in, people love it. People love it, and it creates more engagement. It creates more entertainment. It creates more. But if you think about what it's based, the foundation that it's built upon, that to me is the problem. The foundation it's built upon is something very negative, and like I said, very reductive. It's not productive, and it's not conducive to a better environment. It's reductive. And it saddens me to see that so many people are just willing to just dive into that and seemingly not question it. And I understand that, like, when you're forward facing on the internet, or if you have a persona, or if you have a following, you have to be convicted. That's the big thing. Like, you have to have a bravado and a confidence, and and you could be like, oh, I am wrong, and I will take my L's, but you can't ever seem unsure. And that, to me, is what's eroding this space faster than anything. And to be fair, it's eroded other spaces even worse. It's like crazy, where it's like, people now more than ever are looking for answers and something to follow because of the uncertainty. And because of that, it has given rise to more bad actors, as we put them, than ever before to say, I have the answer, actually. Let me tell you. And believe me, people will believe when people are vulnerable or people are unsure themselves or people are uncertain and they're looking for an answer, they will. You could tell them anything. Not everybody, but most of the time, you could tell them anything. And if you say it with just the right amount of confidence, they'll believe you. Oh, yeah, they'll believe you. And that's where we are. That's where we are, where I am seeing some of the most, I mean, just, it's like, how? But I know how. And I hope things do improve eventually. And that's why I'm saying I want to see it. Look, man, I've always loved exclusivity. And I will never deny that. I'm not going to deny that if Sony came out tomorrow and said, we're going all in with exclusives, we're not putting anything anywhere else, I'd say, cool shit, bro. Hell yeah, that's the Sony I know. And I'd be all for it. No problems. Yeah, I get it. Do it. Go Nintendo's direction. I get why you would do it. But if they don't do that and they're like, we're going to put Spider-Man on Xbox, there's another side to that I'm like, okay, well, that's strange. You know, it's unexpected and strange. But if that's what you want to do, you know what? What's the upside? And to me, the upside here is, you know what? Yeah. Yeah, you know what? Let the people that are out here right now talking about I guess you could say the future of not the future of the console wars, but like the next wave of like, this is where it's going. Let them embrace that. Let them take it up. Just like, you know, I mean, well, I can't say it's not really the same for PC players because some people were kind of expecting it with PC, you know. So imagine being a simp for a corporation that only cares about how much money you give them. I'm not claiming anyone here is doing that. It's just a funny concept. Well, okay, yeah, I don't know what they're doing. Well, the thing is, Chase, is that the thing about it is that, like, again, people have a lot riding on it. You know what I mean? People have, like, and I'm not, like, listen to me. I will sit here and I will tell you. I will say something that none of these other people will say. Hardly any of them will. And this is where it's just like, yeah, I have no problem being honest because it's like, what is there to hide? I rely on talking about PlayStation to run my channel. And if I tried tomorrow to say, I'm not talking about PlayStation anymore, I'm going to cover Steam. Well, I mean, you know, there could be an audience there. There are people here playing, but something outside of gaming. It's like, I'm going to cover politics starting tomorrow. My channel would collapse. But let's be more subtle about it, right? Let's be more subtle about it. Okay, there's two news stories. One is of, let's just say PlayStation. The rumor, there's a rumor of the pricing of the PlayStation 6, and it's going to be like $600, right? And it's like a really good rumor coming from a good source. That up against Microsoft just announced their Microsoft announced that they're not going to make Xbox versions of their games anymore. They're only making PC versions of their games. Which one of those two topics do you think is going to drive more engagement? Like, both of those things drop the same day. Which one do you think is going to just naturally get more people? It's the Xbox one. And the reason should be obvious. It's because that's bad news. And that's something that is going to cause a lot of people to melt down and be like, what the fuck? You know? Um, versus even here on a PlayStation channel, I could drive more engagement than most other people if I chose to just focus on that PlayStation 6 rumor about the pricing, because I have way more people here that care about PlayStation than Xbox. But all of that's very simple, because what do? I cover topics, I cover news, I cover things that are happening. Now take that though and apply that to actual content creators and conversations that are happening on Twitter and YouTube. That's how a lot of people run their shit. Think about that. Like, for a lot of people out there, what I'm doing here is their topic. What other content creators are doing over there and what other Twitter users are typing, that is their topic. And this is why I'm saying it's going to be a wonderful day when there is no more exclusivity and there is no more console warring. And all of this shit is gone, because these people who scream the loudest about these shitty console warriors, I hate them and we laugh at them, or these people on the other side that are like, I'm not that, I partake in it, and I'm literally out here being crazy with my posts and shit about it, but I don't do that. Those are going to be the people that get blipped out the quickest, and they know it. Oh no. Gaming Survivor says, bro, you want to see Steam BG? Well, we've seen it. It's not a good look. And look, man, I know that to a lot of people, they know this, but it's just, it's worth saying out loud sometimes and highlighting it, because that day is coming. Like, a lot of people don't realize that the thing they're cheering on is, like, you do realize that this is what's going to undo you, right? Because you know what the reality is here? I know people could be like, well, you don't get the most viewership, MBG. Like, you're not, what about your channel? Isn't your channel, like, I'm not going to sit here and bullshit anybody. Dude, the most growth I've ever had on this channel was me being an Xbox player. It's like, dude, Xbox sucks. Let me go see what PlayStation's offering, playing Sony's exclusives, and be like, these games are fucking amazing. And people were like, yeah, bro. But you know what the ironic part about that is? People think, sure, it was the exclusivity that brought me to the PlayStation ecosystem. But the thing that brought the passion out of me and my excitement out were the games. The fucking games. Now, granted, approaching the new release of a console and hardware, there's a lot, there's games and a lot more. There's always more. But that's the irony here, man. Is that a lot of these people that are out here, I mean, they're neck deep in the mud, telling you they ain't got an ounce of mud on them. Right? A lot of these people, dude, you watch what happens. You watch what happens when they got to start talking about games. And I mean not even just talking about games, but I mean, like, really, like, they're not going to have, like, they're going to shed a lot of their audience. And granted, I've shed portions of my audience, but I don't regret doing so, right? Like, one of the things that I started to walk back on, where I'm like, you know what though, hold on, was the whole woke thing. Where, like, there's definitely shit that, like, okay, this is a problem and, like, this needs to be sorted out. But then I started to realize that, wait a second, there's a whole sector over here of, like, cultists and lunatics that I'm like, whoa, I'm not, hold on, whoa, I'm going to slow down here, because that's not, no, I want nothing to do with that. That's insanity. And yeah, there were times, like with Ghost of Yotei, where, or Intergalactic, for example, like, there are people where it's like, MBG, you're going to hate Intergalactic, right? It's like, no, I don't know, dude. Like, I don't really have a problem with what was shown. I don't know if I'm going to love it, but you know, Naughty Dog's a talented studio. Let me see what they got to do. And there were people that were like, oh, okay, I'm going to have to go to the person who's going to tell me what I want to hear then, which is this game's going to suck ass because it's got a bald black woman that's ugly and Neil Cuckman is making it. And it's like, okay, see ya. Like, bye. And I get that even with the Xbox stuff, it's like, you're going to tell me how much Xbox sucks. And it's like, I don't know. It depends on what they're putting out. Have I lost people because I actually am like, you know what? Microsoft said they're bringing their games over. Let's check them out. Let's give them a chance. Yeah, I have lost people. And honestly, it's like, I'm sorry to lose you, but what do you want me to do? Tell you that, you know, that even though this game actually is kind of good, it fucking sucks? You want me to play the role? Like that's the problem, is everybody's allowing themselves to just play the role. It's like, what are you going to do when the script changes, bro? Because some of these people, they're not going to make it. They're not going to make it, dude. They're not. And look, man, I'm not going to be shedding no tears, because it's like, bro, if what I see people doing out here, if it's like, if this is what you got to do to make it, maybe you're better off not. Maybe this whole area would be better off if that's a thing that just goes away. And unfortunately, exclusivity, this is a prediction, not even a prediction, but it's a possible outcome. Exclusivity might have to be what does it. Like, that may have to be what's sacrificed, where it's like, you know, I talk to you guys all the time about how, like, I try telling people, like, guys, if Sony is going to go in that direction where they're going to go full multi-plat, I don't think they are. Not right now, anyway. But if they do that, and you see these people are like, I'm fucking done. Sony's a joke now. It's like, dude, it's best to just embrace that mentality now. You know? Because the signals are everywhere. The writing has been on the wall. People are like, well, think about this, MBG. If Sony didn't do exclusivity, you'd still be on Xbox. You're damn right. But you know what I'd still be doing? Playing Sony's games. Telling you, holy fucking shit, God of War is one of the greatest games I have ever played in my life. See what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying? When I did my review, or when I talked about playing God of War 2018, the thumbnail would have been green and not blue, because it's like I played it on my Xbox. People would have loved that game just as much. But that's not the way it was. Sony was like, if you want to play this game, you got to buy a PS4 Pro. And I bought a Pro. And I'm like, this console's awesome. I don't regret it. Not a bad deal. Shit looks amazing. Shit sounds like a fucking airplane taking off, but still amazing console. And it's like, once that factor is removed, what's left? This is why, dude, when Microsoft said we're bringing our games, I mourned the competition. I was like, you know what? It's sad to see Microsoft bowing out like this. I miss those fucking days. I want to see Sony and Microsoft in the ring. But that's over. Instead, Microsoft's like, you want to play Forza Horizon on your PS5 Pro? We made that shit look real nice. And I'm like, yeah, I do. Yeah, Forza was always great. Forza Horizon was always great. Now I don't have to leave where I am to play it? Sure. And that's the thing, man, is it's just, I understand that if Sony goes in that direction too, it's like, well, what now? It's like, well, now there may be less reason than ever before for people to buy a PlayStation, but you're still going to see people loving Sony's games. And I think most people, if they're being truly rational and they calm down, they realize that, you know, maybe that is the most important thing. MBG, I think politics, gaming, and everything in between has gotten so divided socially that you can make content beating on any of these drums and you'll make money on YouTube. Every side has truth somehow. Strength in numbers as a concept is getting more relevant as ever. Absolutely. Absolutely. And it's scary, Tarnished. It's scary because you have to question, like, well, what happened to reason? What happened to rationale? You know, what happened to uh what happened to, I mean, in some cases, just flat out decency. Listen, man, I saw people try to quote unquote cancel me, which is so fucking stupid. Like, can't we're doing that still? I saw a group of people who dislike me so much try to cancel me because of a fucking post about Ozzy Osbourne being in a fucking PSVR 2 commercial. Meanwhile, there's somebody out there that made fun of a picture of a dead dude's wife in the name of console warring. And look, I'm not saying that they should have been. I'm not a believer in that canceling thing. It's stupid. Like, you know, people are gonna gravitate towards what they want. But that's wild to me. That, like, bro, what is going on? I don't understand. I don't know. I don't know what's going on. I just gotta leave, bro. Dude, yeah, Chase, I saw that. I saw that. You're saying people were trying to cancel influencers over Hulk Hogan's death? I saw that with that guy, Joey Swole. Holy shit, man. People need to fucking... People are... You know what it shows? People are fucking clowns, dude. People are so... You know what I think a lot of what we're seeing are... It's... People are revealing themselves. And it's sad to see, man, where it's like so many of these people who are losing their minds over shit don't understand you are a reflection of the thing you hate. You are the direct reflection of the thing you hate. You have become, by going to the extreme opposite end, one in the same side. Sorry, different side, same coin. Like, come the fuck on, man. I don't understand. I don't understand. And you know, well, I do. I keep saying that, but I do understand. And that's what's disturbing. That's what's disturbing. Garrett. I don't mean to laugh, Garrett, but it's just like I said, clown show. Clown show. And this is why I'm going to be honest, man. I'm sure you guys see it. It comes through. There's this darker, more cynical side to me where it's just like, dude, sometimes I look at what's going on and I'm like, dude, this is why more and more every day I resonate with Joel. Yeah, fuck the world, bro. Like, I'm going to save that one thing I care about and fuck everything else. I know it's dark, but that's why I love The Last of Us and I love that conundrum. But it's like, I totally get it, man. Because this is crazy. Like, what are we doing out here? You know? But this is why I put this poster of Kratos up, not for fanboy reasons. I know it seems like it's for fanboy reasons. It's not. I put this poster of Kratos up because I wanted to have that reminder, dude. I like Joel as a character, but honestly, like, you know, older Kratos is genuinely a role model for me in a lot of ways. Where, like, dude, that game God of War 2018 really did, and Ragnarok as well. Just that, you know, that little saga there. Kratos is such an inspirational character to me because I don't know. I just find him to be the most relatable in that he represents, I think, genuine masculinity, if not genuine. Like, he represents both at times toxic and positive masculinity, but in his older, wiser state, I think the more positive, ideal masculinity of like, his saying, the quote, we have to be better than this. Don't be sorry, be better. Like that shit really resonates with me because it's like, that is what we need to do. It's not easy and we will fail. And people, we will fail many times, just like Kratos fails, no matter how it has his moments. He's not perfect. He's a god, but he's a flawed god, right? He's a god that realized, like, the interesting thing about Kratos' character is even though he's a god and it's, he like can't stand gods in a way, right? Like he hates gods and don't believe gods. He really, I think, does represent like how a lot of humans feel about the human race. It's a lot of bad people. Don't trust people, A lot of people can't stand that they're even part of the human race, but they are human, right? And I don't know. There's a lot about the character of Kratos that I really think, yeah, man, like I'm all for like, bro, let everybody in the world play God of War 2018. Let everybody play it because there's really there's some truly vital lessons that game tries to teach. And I think anybody can take something away from it. And I try to, and that's why I put it up, because like I try to remind myself, like I want to kind of go in that direction. I want to go in the direction of deer. You know what I'm saying? Um, I want to try to continue to, as best I can, knowing I will screw up many times over, to walk in that direction of like, Kratos, again, he represents somebody who's made mistakes, who is incredibly flawed, but he figures it out. He learns, and there, like, even he can, like, if a character like Kratos can redeem himself, then, there's hope for us yet, right? That's how I see it. That's how I see it. And I know for some people that's like maybe too deep for the, considering Kratos, how he started as a character, but I don't know, man. I think a lot of what a lot of what I observe and what starts to calm me down a little bit is I realize that a lot of what I see people doing is they don't know what else to do. I'm not going to say, like, it's not an excuse per se, like they don't know any better. I think most people do know better, but it's just the alternative, the fact that they can't embrace the alternative is actually kind of tragic, where it's like, really, man? Like this is the best you can do? This is the best way in which you can conduct yourself? Really? I don't know. I know it sounds a little harsh, but sometimes people need that, man. People need to wake up and realize like you are part of the problem. And taking ownership, taking accountability is probably one of the most difficult things to do, especially if you're somebody who's, usually prideful. But yeah, man. It is a slippery slope though, because there's a balance. Because if you become too open to anything and everything, then you have no solid ground to stand on. Anyway, this is getting deep and philosophical. But did I like 2018 God of War more than the new one? I think God of War 2018 was more impactful just for the fact that like it was like such a crazy transformation with Kratos, where it's like, whoa, man, this is wild to see, and you feel like you're learning so much about Kratos for the first time. And Ragnarok, I think, was good because it took it a step further. Like if you see where Kratos is at the end of Ragnarok, I mean, it's painful to see that the amount of people I've encountered that they view like God of War Ragnarok Kratos, like who he is at, like, and how he is at the end of that game, as weakness. And I'm like, you don't get it. Like you don't get it. And to me, that's a sign of immaturity to a degree. I'm not trying to offend anybody, but it's like you don't get it. Like Kratos is the epitome by the end of God of War 2018 of like, now that is um now he's a force to be reckoned with, you know? Um you don't fear him because of how berserk or insane he can become. You fear him because he would know exactly what to do and how to do it and why. You know, because of the wisdom and the precision. I don't know. Maybe I'm overthinking it, but I don't know. I thought that where he was at the end of Ragnarok, and then they do the Valhalla DLC, and he's like, you still see him having this inner conflict with his younger self and the mistakes he's made. That's to me, that is fucking awesome. Like, that's what makes Kratos like the character, where it's like, that is incredible, you know. Shout out to Corey Barlog, man. I mean, he's a master at his craft. But yeah, I think seeing God of War 2018, just seeing Kratos with the son, and even at the beginning of that game, after he's trying to harden his son and teach him, got to hunt for deer in the direction of deer, being cold, being stern, and just unfeeling, and then that scene when he helps him kill the deer, and he like is going to put his hand on his shoulder, but then he's like, you know what, actually. But then you see over the course of the game that he begins to realize, like, no, I that is what I need to do, like I need to embrace my son that way. And then that's what's so incredible about the Valhalla DLC is once the arc between him and his son is kind of finished, the journey finally comes to a conclusion. He realizes he has to embrace himself that way too, where he doesn't have to, like, there's that scene where it's younger Kratos sitting on the throne, and older Kratos is just like, talking to him, saying like, you're a monster and all this shit. But to ultimately come to the conclusion that it's still you, and you have to embrace and own and accept what you did, and kind of, forgive yourself for it and move on. It's really deep. Like, that's what's so incredible, man. Is like, I'm not saying Kratos was always a deep character, but it's just, he was also, I think it's just safe to say that the things that you see being done in terms of characterization and character growth, with Kratos in God of War 2018 and Ragnarok simply couldn't have been done in the original God of War games. But Kratos was always a deep character. If you look at his plea to, Ares and whatnot, and how he was tricked, and, dude straight up trying to delete himself but can't. I mean, he's a deep and a tragic character. But I think that, I think it's going to, I'm really, 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 really curious to see where God of War goes from here. I'm really, really curious to see. It's going to be an interesting time. But I see we're fast approaching the 4-hour mark, and I didn't realize how late it was because I started streaming late today. So I'm a little bit thrown off. Like, I'm like shocked. For me, it's like 6:30 in the evening. Normally it would be like 4 in the afternoon or something by this point. A lot of people know better in theory, but it's not something they've ever seen in practice, which makes them weak as characters. Well, a little bit of humility can go a long way, right? I believe it was Bruce Lee who said something along the lines of, humility forms the basis of the low ground. Well, hold on. I totally forgot the quote. It's a good one though. Bruce Lee's quote is, humility forms the basis of honor, just as the low ground forms the foundation of a high elevation. There you go. Bruce Lee, can't go wrong, right? MBG should watch the Water CS2 vid from 2 days ago. 500K views about the PayPal situation in Valve and gaming. Could be scary times ahead with payment vendors. Whose video is that? I'm not going to react to it, but maybe I'll watch it on my own. The worst people are not those that oppose you. It's the ones that appease your dark nature and stop you from improving. Damn. Water CS2. All right, Lux. I'll go check this out. I gotta eat dinner. I haven't really eaten much today. I'm starving. Oh, okay. I see the video. Valve response to PayPal banning Steam. I'll look into that. Yeah, I'll watch it. That's a lot of views. See what's going on there. But guys, this is where I'm gonna wrap up today's stream. Was it a good? I think it was a good stream. Well, I mean, anybody who's still here watching, I think, is gonna agree with that. But we did cover the topics somewhat. But definitely got to say, like, listen, before I head out, have to give one last very big thank you, a sincere and as genuine as it could be thank you for the immense support on this stream. I got to say, I was not expecting that. I was contemplating whether or not I was even going to do a regular stream today. And honestly, the reason I did it was because quite a few people in my Battlefield stream earlier today, that's now members, you can go check that out. They were asking for it. And I was like, you know what? I'll see what I can scrounge up. I'll see what there is going on and I'll try to make it happen. I did it reluctantly. I was like, hey, just stream for like an hour and a half or something. And you guys came in and just blew the doors off the hinges, man. We hit 177 members, which is wild. You're saying, let's see that button up close. Hold on. We got it. We got it. It's good shit. 100K. Sorry, I'm like afraid I'm going to drop it or something. I don't know. I'm going to end up like destroying it. Oops. Actually, my biggest fear is that Sony's going to... Sony. So dude, I literally almost just said my biggest fear is Sony's going to bite it and chew it. No. I'm afraid Boss... Why would... I'm going to have to rename Boss Sony. I'm naming my cat Sony. I'm afraid he's going to try to bite it or something. But yeah, thank you guys so much. Really appreciate what you guys have done for me and my family and the channel. And again, just incredible hitting. We got 177 members, a lot of super chats, incredible support. I'm trying my best to, even during times like this, it's very slow, at least with PlayStation. There's not a whole lot going on. It's the dog days of summer right now. I'm trying my best to keep the content flowing, and the fact that you guys are still showing up, still showing support, really appreciate it. Really appreciate it. I need that sometimes. Like days like today, I need this. This is the motivation to keep me going, where it's like, all right, man, even on the downtime when I'm not really feeling 100%, you guys are still showing up. You guys are still giving 100%. So that fills my cup, right? So thank you guys so much, really. Everything in life is just for a while. Philip K. Dick. It's true. It's true. It's an interesting way of looking at it. This too shall pass, right? All right, guys. Also want to make sure to give a shout out to Devil Shooter, who does the timestamps for the streams. If you guys see him in the comment section, give him some thanks. Show him some love. He does a great job on the channel. There is a pretty good chance we won't be streaming tomorrow. I might take the next 2 days off and try to come back on Sunday, hoping there's a new batch of topics and things going on. But if something does come up tomorrow, we could still stream. So just be on the lookout. No promises at the moment, but yeah, I gotta get to work on Death Stranding. That's what I gotta do. If I'm gonna get that platinum, I gotta start grinding harder. Cause goddamn, oh man, I don't want to give up on it. But 10-hour Death Stranding 2 stream? No, yeah, right. I'll end up hating that game at that point. All right, guys, enjoy the rest of your evening. I will catch you in the next one. So until then, thank you and take care, everybody.